abuses the process that we have in place in Congress. And during that time, the State Department continued to pursue this case with Congress. They also sent forward additional cases to help with the Saudis, the UAE, and Jordan. And by the time the State Department submits such cases to Congress, they've already undergone a thorough interagency review process. This important process ensures compliance with the President's conventional arms transfer policy intended to support our partners and strengthen our national security. Other critics are worried that these weapons will increase civilian casualties in Yemen. However, the precision-guided munitions that we are trying to send to the Saudis will actually lower the risk of civilian casualties in Yemen as it counters attacks from Iran-backed Houthis. Now is not the time to deny our partners what they need for their defense, nor is it time to withhold precision-guided munitions that can minimize the risk to civilians. Recently, after Iran attacked civilian ships and shot down one of our drones, a U.S. military asset, the President brought together a bipartisan group of congressional leaders, including the chairman and myself, to discuss an appropriate response. He listened to our advice and made a prudent decision to exercise restraint. The President has made explicitly clear the United States is not looking for war. The decision to move forward with these arms sales is part of a larger effort to deter Iran. A key part of that effort is to empower a greater burden sharing by enhancing the defense capabilities of our allies. These sales provide more options for deterring Iran that do not all depend on U.S. intervention. I support these sales, even though I do not think that all 22 required emergency certification. And this is a point the chairman and I actually agree on, especially those that will not be ready for delivery until later this year. I support revising the law of Chairman Engel to ensure and enhance the role of Congress in future emergency sales. And I would like to thank the chairman for his bipartisan work with me on that amendment to the NDAA that was passed by a wide margin. But I do oppose relitigating prior lawful sales to partners who face growing threats to their security, which is what today's resolutions attempt to do. Mr. Speaker, we face many dynamic challenges. Iran threatens the Middle East. It continues to pursue the eradication of Israel, and it remains the #1 state sponsor of terrorism around the world. And that threat is growing, not waning. And for that reason, I believe that members should oppose today's resolution. I reserve the balance of my time.
From Texas reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support Senate Joint Resolution 36 and the other measures related to arms sales being considered this afternoon, which will prevent 3 sets of arms sales to Saudi Arabia and the UAE without undergoing the proper congressional notification process. We're here today because rather than come and make their case to Congress, the administration invented a phony emergency to bypass the legal process for approving arms sales. There is no justification for this decision other than the administration knew that these sales would be met with scrutiny from Congress and didn't want to deal with it. Well, they were right. Congress is concerned about these proposed sales, and we should not sit back and allow the administration to continue with the charade of claiming an emergency exemption for them. I'm glad these measures of disapproval have bipartisan support and have already passed the Republican-led Senate. I urge all of my colleagues to support them today. The administration briefed this body on Iran just days before the supposed emergency was declared and never mentioned any emergency. We're supposed to believe that within a matter of days, the situation escalated so quickly that they were forced to bypass Congress. Most of the weapons, including the emergency sales, are offensive weapons, and much of the sale will be delivered months or years from now. Further evidence that no emergency exists. The egregious and legally questionable move to put more weapons into the hands of regimes who are responsible for perpetrating horrific civilian casualties in Yemen comes as no surprise from an administration that has cozied up to the Saudi crown prince, even as we have credible evidence that he and his government are responsible for the cold-blooded murder of an American resident and journalist. Just because you don't like the process doesn't mean you get to ignore it. This action has implications far beyond the current sale, and if Congress doesn't reassert our proper role in the process, we risk giving up the authority in arms sales processes entirely. This isn't and shouldn't be a partisan issue. It's our job as Congress to represent the American people in matters of war, and if we let this action go without a strong congressional response, the repercussions will be wide-ranging and long-standing. I urge my colleagues to support these resolutions of disapproval and block these arms sales once and for all. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Rhode Island yields the balance of the time. Gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
Gentleman from West Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in opposition to Senate Joint Resolution 36. This legislation is bad policy, and it sets a bad precedent. Today, Congress is attempting to block legal U.S. arms sales to strategic partners who face increased threats from Iran and terrorist proxies. The administration is ensuring that our allies in the Middle East have the capabilities to defend themselves and protect the hundreds of thousands of Americans who live and work in the Gulf states. These allies depend on military equipment from the U.S. to hold the line against Iran, Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and other threats. If we don't supply it, they will buy it elsewhere. Russian arm dealers are already seeking to exploit the reluctance. At this point in history, we need to do what we can to decrease Iran's influence in the region. I urge my colleagues to vote against the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of time. Gentleman from Texas reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Spanberger.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of SJ Resolution 36, a joint resolution which I am leading in the House. The evidence is clear. The Saudi government continues to disregard the vital distinction between combatants and innocent civilians in Yemen. In February, Congress voted to end U.S. support to the Saudi-led campaign against the Houthis that has left thousands of civilians dead and created one of the largest humanitarian crises in modern times. However, the president not only vetoed our resolution, but the administration is now ramping up support for Saudi Arabia's offensive actions in Yemen, while simultaneously escalating tensions with Iran. As I made clear during Foreign Affairs Committee hearings in May, not only is the administration trying to sell the Saudis more powerful weapons, but we are giving them the opportunity to build their own. With this latest proposal, the administration would be transferring sensitive technology that would allow Saudi Arabia to manufacture these high-tech weapons directly. Congress needs to reassert its authority now as a co-equal branch of government. This resolution, which I have led in the House, would make sure that blatantly offensive weapons aren't sold to the Saudi military under the guise of defensive uses without congressional review. I am proud to work with my colleagues in the Senate to block the sale of precision-guided munitions, which are responsible for some of the most horrific examples of targeted attacks against civilians. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to stand up against this misguided decision, protect innocent lives, and reassert the authority of Congress. I reserve the balance of my time, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of the time. Gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
No, prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I reserve for the purposes of closing.
Gentleman from New York reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. McCall, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to go back to when we debated the Yemen resolution, which I thought was once again pro-Iran and pro-Houthi rebel and anti-Israel. And it's interesting, after that passed this chamber, that the Houthi rebels celebrated a victory in the Congress, thinking that the American people, through the Congress, actually supported them. We have to be responsible in our rhetoric on this floor and what we stand for. Many in this body favor asking our partners around the world to step up and do more to help protect our shared interests. The president has called on other nations to take on the burden of defeating terrorism in the Middle East and has commended our partners for their contributions to regional security. Sharing this burden of collective security interests is really vital to ensuring the United States is not the only one bearing the costs in blood and treasure, for we have borne way too much in the Middle East. But these arms sales are where the rubber hits the road for burden sharing. We cannot ask our partners to take on additional burdens while withholding from them the tools to do so. We should and do work with our partners to train them to use U.S. origin equipment effectively and responsibly. This is an ongoing process. My fear is that if we are unwilling to provide our partners with the means to ensure their own security and to invest their resources to turn them into responsible users, then the United States will find itself as a main guarantor of Middle East security that we have bared the burden for the last several decades. We also need to be wary of our partners turning to China and Russia for their defense needs. So, Mr. Speaker, it was unfortunate how the current law, I believe, was utilized for these 22 sales. That's where Chairman and Engel and I agree. And that is why we've worked on a bipartisan basis to refine this process for invoking an emergency moving forward. And we have the informal congressional review process to resolve concerns regarding sales. But when members place indefinite holds on sales and place a stop to one ability to share burdens with our partners for 18 months in some cases, it undermines our entire security strategy and the important bilateral partnerships we have worked so hard to establish and grow. For that reason, I oppose the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
May I ask how much time I have?
Gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
Okay, then I yield myself the remainder of my time to close the debate on this measure. I'll wrap up quickly as we have two more of these measures to consider. It's important that we pass this measure now, along with the two we'll soon consider, because these deal with the weapons that could soon be on their way across the ocean. Look, I think the Iranian regime is dangerous. I think the Houthis are dangerous. No one is denying the Saudis the right to go after them. What we're saying is, don't go after them and kill thousands of civilians in the process with American weapons. And also separation of powers. The president cannot try to get around Congress with phony emergencies. And I yield back. I urge a yes vote.
Gentleman yields back the balance of time. All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 491. The previous question ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution provided for congressional disapproval of the proposed transfer to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Kingdom of Spain, and the Italian Republic of certain defense articles and services.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolutions. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed without objection. The motion from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, on that, I request the yeas and the nays.
Gentleman from Texas has requested the yeas and nays. Those in favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Section 3 of House Resolution 491, I call up Senate Joint Resolution 37 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 37, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed export to the United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Republic of France of certain defense articles and services.
Pursuant to House Resolution 491, the joint resolution is considered read. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel, and the gentleman from Illinois, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, during consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include in the record extraneous materials on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized. Mr. Engel.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The second resolution we're debating is very similar to the first. But in this case, it would nullify the administration's phony emergency being used to transfer 60,000 precision-guided bombs to the United Arab Emirates. That's on top of the 40,000 we estimate the Emiratis already have on hand. I won't rehash the same argument, but I would like to make a point why, when we see what's going on in Yemen, it's so important for the United States to take a stand. Mr. Speaker, one of the things the Foreign Affairs Committee has focused on this year is trying to put American values back at the center of our foreign policy: democracy, human rights, the rule of law. Frankly, this administration has acted like it cannot be burdened with these fundamental things that make America America. It just boggles the mind. Any great country can throw its weight around, but we're not China. We're not Russia. Our foreign policy should show the world the character of our country, our compassion, our belief that people everywhere should be able to live prosperously, productively, and have healthy lives. These ideas go hand in hand with promoting our security. We want more stable, secure countries and communities. Democratic countries are stronger partners for the United States on the world stage. And if we're serious about those values, it means speaking out when we see them trampled, whether they're trampled by an adversary or by a friend. When we turn our back on these ideals, when we strip the word democracy out of the State Department's mission statement, when we look the other way when friendly regimes carry out horrific human rights abuses, when we slash investments in diplomacy and development efforts that help us build bridges of friendship and understanding, when we walk away from all that, what signal does it send to the world? What does it say about the sort of behavior that we're willing to tolerate? I've supported our partners and our partnerships in the Gulf region. I think they're an important counterbalance to the threat Iran poses. And I recognize that our partners face real threats from Iranian-backed Houthis who are themselves guilty of serious human rights abuses. But that doesn't mean we should just look the other way in the face of violence and slaughter of civilians perpetrated by our partners. It doesn't mean we look the other way and let the President ride roughshod over Congress, and so there's no separation of powers. Whatever the President wants, he gets, and Congress just rubber stamps it. Can't be that way. So even if this administration will not stand up for the values, the Congress should, and the Congress will. These measures, along with much of the Foreign Affairs Committee's work this year, sends a strong message that our values must guide our foreign policy. So again, it's important for us to help Saudi Arabia. It's important to realize Iran is making trouble. It's important to know that the Houthis are not good people. But it doesn't mean that we give Saudi Arabia or any other country a blank check to do whatever they want, dropping bombs indiscriminately on school children, on buses. We can't just sit idly by and let that happen and continue to send weapons that are perpetrating these crimes. So this is a strong message, I think, that our values must guide our foreign policy, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Kinzinger, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick point on that. We don't like when innocent people are bombed, and when we look at Yemen, I think it's really incumbent on us to see what's happening. A legitimate government in Yemen was overthrown by Iranian-supported rebels, and Iran that has not sent $1 of humanitarian aid to support the people that have been killed. And what we're talking about in this specific resolution is actually UAE. So I rise in opposition to SJ Res 37. Since the emergency declaration to expedite arms sales to the Saudi-led coalition to defeat the Houthi rebels, Congress has debated the President's exercise of the emergency clause of the Arms Export Control Act. This joint resolution of disapproval, along with 21 other JRDs, intends to stop transfers to Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Jordan. SJ Res 37 specifically blocks the transfer of paveway precision-guided munitions to the United Arab Emirates. This technology converts dumb bombs, like the ones used by Russia to kill innocent men, women, and children in Syria, into precision-guided munitions, ones that are intended to avoid civilian casualties. We can debate whether shipments that aren't aren't ready to be delivered require an emergency declaration. But at the end of the day, some of the munitions that we are discussing today have already left the shores of the United States and are en route to the UAE. In fact, the first tranche is en route now, and the second tranche will be leaving in September. Mr. Speaker, this JRD and the two up for debate today are not about timelines for shipment. What we have heard my colleagues on the other side of the aisle argue that these arms could be used in Yemen to target civilians. Yet there are reports that the UAE has already withdrawn from Yemen. The UAE serves as a bulwark against Iranian aggression, the ongoing threat of al-Qaeda, and other terrorist groups wishing to harm the United States, our allies, and our interests. In contrast, the Iranian-backed Houthis, through missiles and UAV strikes, are a threat to stability in the region. Iran and the forces it supports, like the Houthis, are a threat to our national security and the security of our allies. They are the number one contributor to human suffering in Yemen, the number one contributor. We've seen the Iranian regime threaten international shipping in the Straits of Hormuz, including ships belonging to the UK, Japan, and Norway. They've shot down an expensive American military asset flying in international airspace. Prior to the president's emergency declaration, the head of Iran's Quds Force called on terror groups to prepare for a proxy war with the United States and our allies. Since then, we've seen proxies be emboldened in their actions. Yet we are here today debating arms sales to the UAE on the basis that these arms transfers may be used by our strategic ally in Yemen. While there's no guarantee that these weapons will ever be used in Yemen, will ever not be used in Yemen either, there are facts that show exactly why we must continue to provide these arms to the UAE. As a former Air Force pilot and a current pilot in the Air Guard, I'm proud that our government would not send our Air Force to fly sorties without munitions needed to defend themselves. Similarly, we should not have an ally flying our F-16s without the necessary tools it needs to complete its mission. The Iranians have shown that they have the capacity and ability to fire upon military aircraft with no regard for whether the platform is manned or unmanned. When our allies are in a dogfight, we can't leave them without the means to defend themselves and our shared interests. And I also want to point out there's a lot of discussion about offensive or defensive weapons. A bomb can be used defensively or offensively. I can't think of many weapons that are actually defensive in nature because they are used to destroy an enemy. So it's all about how you employ that weapon. Saying that we want to send only defensive weapons shows our allies to be weak against an Iran that has shown that it wants to go on the offensive continually. And I can name basically every country in the Middle East and show Iranian influences there. On the broader picture, we have got to debate how this went out. I fully agree with everybody on that. But we cannot leave our allies in a lurch. We cannot leave them unprotected because our big chief enemy is Iran. I know there's broad-based agreement on that, and we cannot show weakness in the eyes of that. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll reserve the balance.
Gentleman from Illinois reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, a senior member of the Committee on Foreign Affairs.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Shabbat, is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and thank him for his leadership on this and many other issues. And I rise today in opposition to SJ Resolution 37, which would prevent the transfer of paveway precision-guided missiles munitions to the United Arab Emirates. There are numerous reasons to oppose this resolution. Let me list three. First, and most obviously, some paveways have already left the U.S., and this fact alone shows that this resolution is more about messaging than action and demonstrates the urgent need the UAE has for these munitions. Second, the UAE is a steadfast partner against Iran. Tehran is our foremost opponent in the region right now and a critical threat to our interests there. And I would note that the very flawed Iran deal put millions, in fact billions and billions of dollars in cash into the pockets of Iran, and they're now using those dollars to support terrorism, to foment instability, to put mines on ships and attack ships in international waters. So they're now a threat not just in the region, but a threat around the world. So thank God President Trump had the good sense to get us out of that terrible deal. If we want the UAE's continued help, we need to ensure that we are a reliable partner and that they are properly armed. And the third item is that the U.S. needs to continue its leadership in the region. If the UAE and Saudi Arabia cannot buy arms from us, that doesn't mean they won't get arms. It just means that they'll buy them from the Russians. This will diminish our standing, weaken our leverage with our partners, and call into question our reliability as a partner. For these reasons and really others, I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution. I thank the gentleman for yielding and yield back my time.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back the balance of time. Gentleman from Illinois reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
I continue to reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Is the gentleman prepared to close?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. I yield myself the remainder of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thanks again, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend on the other side of the aisle, and it's a good debate here. But bottom line on this, I think if the concern is Saudi Arabia, I understand the concern. I may not share it in the same level of depth, but then vote no on the last resolution or vote for the last resolution. This one's on UAE. And whether it's Saudi, UAE, or Jordan, I think it's important for us, Mr. Speaker, to constantly show that we have our allies back, especially an ally like UAE. We know that Iran likes to go on the offensive. We know that the only thing that stops Iran from broader encroachments in the Middle East is the United States and our allies. And we know that a good offensive posture is the best defensive posture to prevent a shooting war from ever happening. So again, we can all debate the process, how this went down. But the bottom line is we must reject this resolution. This is a resolution that I think is a result of political pressure, and we must send this back to the Senate where it belongs, or if this passes, I'm sure the President will veto it. So with that, Mr. Speaker, again, thank you for everybody in the debate, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back the balance of time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, let me say I certainly respect my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for the points they raised. We have similar concerns, but I think the way we handle it or way we propose to handle it is a little bit different. And that's why I'm saying if we don't pass this measure, these bombs will be on their way to the Emirates very soon. If we do pass this resolution, it will go to the President's desk, and it will put him on the spot to answer whether he agrees that our values need to be central to America's work around the world. Again, I am very concerned and aware of the malign role that the Iranians play in the region. I am very concerned about the Houthis, who also play a bad role in the region. But that doesn't mean that we should just give blank checks or give arms. I think it would just be a mistake to let them think that they don't have to have any conduct in trying to conduct this war into diminishing civilian casualties. And the other point I want to raise again is the fact that remember when you were a kid in school and you learned how a bill became a law? Well, something called separation of powers, checks and balances. It's not right for the President to declare an emergency when there really is no emergency in order to get around Congress's disapproval of something. So I feel it's important to fight for the institution as well. So again, if we do pass this resolution, it'll go to the President's desk and it'll let him answer whether he agrees that our values need to be central to our work around the world. So I thank my colleagues and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 491. The previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed export to the United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Republic of France of certain defense articles and services.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolutions. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution
Speaker,
is... The gentleman from Illinois.
On that, I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman from Illinois has requested the ayes and nays. Those favoring a vote by the ayes and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the ayes and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What state is it from? For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 491, I call up Senate Joint Resolution 38 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 38, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed export to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland of certain defense articles and services.
Pursuant to House Resolution 491, the joint resolution is considered read. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel, and the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, each will control 10 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Engel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include in the record extraneous materials on the measure under consideration.
Without objection,
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This final measure we'll consider would stop the transfer of fuses for precision-guided munitions, critical components that allow these weapons to be armed and detonated. Like the bombs, these components have already been manufactured, and we need to act quickly to stop their shipment. As we wrap up this debate, Mr. Speaker, I want to make an appeal to my friends on the other side of the aisle. You can be for or against these weapons sales and still understand that these resolutions are the right thing to do, if nothing else, for the integrity of this body. I spoke earlier about the rule of law. This phony emergency declaration is a message to the Congress and to the American people that when the law gets in the way, this administration is just going to find a way around it. They'll twist the law into pretzels or just throw it out the window entirely if it allows them to sidestep Congress. We cannot stand for that. This administration should have played by the rules, and we could have done that and probably still gotten these sales through. They could have sent up a notification and allowed Congress to have a debate, but instead they want to shut us out of this process. With these resolutions, we're taking some of that power back. We're saying that we won't allow the laws written in this body to be ignored. If nothing else, this is an opportunity to stand up and say, we took an oath to uphold the Constitution, and that means Congress remains a co-equal branch of government. Let me say that again. That means that Congress remains a co-equal branch of government. We will not be a rubber stamp for any administration, not only this administration, but any administration. Congress has its duties. We will not be a rubber stamp. I felt for a long time that administrations of both parties, frankly, have ignored Congress when it comes to foreign policy and national security. We shouldn't stand for it any longer. No more do we give a blank check to any president from any party who wants to cut Congress out of the decision-making and subvert the Constitution. So we shouldn't agree to it, we shouldn't stand for it, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from New York reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I request I rise to claim time in opposition.
The gentleman has been recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to S.J. Res. 38, and I want to focus my remarks on the rationale behind the President's emergency declaration and ask that we think about the definition of the word declaration, what that means to each of us. My friends on the other side of the aisle, they would prefer to forget that these arms sales were expedited for a very specific reason. They are omitting this information because it doesn't fit into their narrative that the president is doing a favor to Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And I can tell you that defense is no favor. The threat that emanates from Iran that precipitated this emergency declaration, it is very, very real. And as a result, so is the need for the weapons sales to our partners. So let's think about, are these situations emergencies? Do they pose an immediate risk to life, an immediate threat to life? In May, in the days leading right up to this emergency declaration, Iran and its proxies executed several attacks throughout the Middle East over just 2 weeks. 4 oil tankers were attacked in the Gulf of Oman. I would say that's an emergency and a threat to life. Armed drones struck Saudi oil fields. I would say that's an emergency and a threat to life. The head of the Quds Force called on terror groups to prepare for a proxy war. I would certainly call that an emergency and a very direct threat to life. A rocket was launched near the U.S. Embassy in Baghdad. I would call that an emergency and a threat to life. A bomb-carrying drone was launched by Houthi rebels targeting a Saudi airport on May 21. I would say that is an emergency and a threat to life. Now, in the weeks since the emergency declaration, Iran has only ramped up its attacks, and it's precipitating the need to have this emergency declaration. Houthi rebels have continued attacks on civilian airports in Saudi Arabia. That is an emergency and a direct threat to life. The IRGC perpetrated another attack on commercial shipping, this time targeting Japanese and Norwegian oil tankers transiting through the Straits of Hormuz. I would say that that is an emergency and a threat to life. A rocket hit an oil drilling site in Iraq's southern Basra province, striking inside a compound that housed contractor employees of ExxonMobil. I'd say that's an emergency and a threat to life. Iran shot down a U.S. military asset over international waters. I'd say that's an emergency. And just last week, 3 Iranian paramilitary vessels tried to impede the passage of a British oil tanker transiting the Straits of Hormuz. And I would say that is an emergency and a threat to life. Now, even as Iran continues to threaten international shipping and civilians in the Middle East, there are members of this body who want to create doubts about the commitments that we have to our partners on the front lines. Now, for Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, this is not an abstract threat. It is their tankers that are being attacked, their airports that are being targeted, their oil fields. Now, our bilateral relationship with Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, undoubtedly, it is complicated, and we absolutely have to press for improvements in domestic human rights for both countries. I think we can agree on this wholeheartedly. We have to see justice and accountability in the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, undoubtedly. And in fact, earlier this week, this body voted overwhelmingly for Mr. Malinowski's H.R. 2037, which imposes sanctions on those responsible for Mr. Khashoggi's murder. And even as the United Arab Emirates draws down its position in Yemen, we must press Saudi Arabia to minimize civilian casualties in that conflict. But none of these challenges justify whatsoever abandoning our partners as they face down a threat from an Iranian regime that is on the march throughout the Middle East. In fact, we must continue to show our investment in our strategic partnerships in order to incentivize our partners to make the changes that we are asking them to make. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have had a long-standing concern about these sales. We have codified congressional review process precisely to address such concerns. However, it is my assessment that my Democratic colleagues abused this review process. Prior to the emergency notification, Republican members had supported these sales, but Democrat members subjected them to informal holds, in some cases for over a year, without any clear path to resolution. Now, given the wide range of conflicts and threats in the Middle East, I do not understand why my colleagues were surprised when, after months and even over a year of delay, it was assessed that our partners urgently needed these defense articles and services for their national security in these emergency situations. Perhaps if my colleagues had taken a more active approach to resolving their concerns, we would have avoided this situation in which additional capabilities were needed to respond to the elevated threat, this emergency situation that has been posted by Iran. Now, Mr. Speaker, there has long been a consensus in this body that Iran's malign activities in the Middle East are a threat to the United States' national security and to our partners. In the past 3 years alone, we have passed legislation responding to Iran's support for terrorism, growing ballistic missile arsenal, and human rights abuses. The Iranian regime has not backed down from these malign activities, and it is my sincere hope that this body will not back down from its resolve to counter Iran's destabilizing agenda. Unfortunately, this resolution and the other joint resolutions of disapproval for the 22 sales are very much a step in the wrong direction. And in that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, I reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves the balance of time. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Taylor.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From its inception, the Islamic Republic of Iran had an anti-American bent. What it did in our embassy, its attack on the Marines in Beirut in 1983, its efforts in Iraq. In 2003, I was part of the invasion force. I saw with my own eyes the Iranian efforts to destabilize Iraq, and they continue to do that there today. They continue to support the Assad regime in Syria. They continue to overthrow the regime in Yemen, supporting the Houthi rebels, attacking Saudi Arabia. Around the Middle East, Iran has become the enemy of freedom and democracy. If America is going to succeed, we need to have allies. We need to have friends. We need to support those allies and those friends, making sure that Saudi Arabia, UAE have the weapons that they need to fight back against Iran's terrorism and warmongering around this region is mission critical for the survival of our republic. I stand against this resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields back the balance of time. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentleman from New York.
I reserve for the purpose of closing.
Gentleman reserves from New York. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Florida yields back the balance of time. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time to close debate on this measure. I'm glad we've had a spirited debate on the issues. As always, I'm grateful to my friend, the ranking member, Mr. McCall of Texas, for his collegiality. We're generally bipartisan on the Foreign Affairs Committee, and when we do disagree, we do so on the issues and not on the politics and the personalities. I have enormous respect for Mr. Mass, which he knows about, but I would say that this today is not a referendum on Iran. I agree with everything that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said about Iran. It's bad intentions, it's bad behavior. I agree. But again, I say, as I said before, that doesn't mean we give another country, be it an ally or not, a blank check to do whatever it pleases. And in this particular case, the conduct of the war in Yemen is just something that we cannot just turn our heads away and say, oh, well, this is the war and the Iranians are bad, so therefore we're going to look the other way. I think if we're talking about American weapons, we can demand better. So I think that these measures are a chance for the Congress to take back some of the power granted by the Constitution, to say that we won't stand by when any administration, this administration, administrations to come in both parties, we won't stand by when any administration ignores Congress, plays fast and loose with the law, and fails to demand accountability for human rights abuses around the world. I encourage all my colleagues to support this measure and the two others that we've just considered. I thank Mr. Mast and my friends on the other side of the aisle and for a spirited debate. I thank the Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 491. The previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on the third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed export to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland of certain defense articles and services.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The joint resolution is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider from Florida.
That I request the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from Florida has requested the yeas and nays. Those favoring the vote by the yes and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed.
By direction of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, I call up House Report 116-125.
The clerk will report the title.
Resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find William P. Barr, Attorney General of the United States, and Wilbur L. Ross, Jr., Secretary of Commerce, in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with subpoenas duly issued by the Committee on Oversight and Reform.
Pursuant. Does not say that.
What's my...
Pursuant to House Resolution 491, the report is considered read. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Oversight and Reform, I call up HRES 497 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 497, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find William P. Barr, Attorney General of the United States, and Wilbur L. Ross, Jr., Secretary of Commerce, in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with subpoenas duly issued by the Committee on Oversight and Reform.
Pursuant to House Resolution 491, the resolution is considered read and shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Oversight and Reform. The gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Cummings, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Comer. Each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days within which to revise and extend remarks and to insert extraneous material.
That objection is so ordered.
Madam Chairman, I yield myself 5 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I support this bipartisan resolution to hold Attorney General William Barr and Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross in contempt of Congress because it is necessary to preserve the integrity of this body and of the census. The Constitution mandates that we conduct a census every 10 years, and that the census count every person. A full, fair, and accurate account is critical to ensuring that we properly allocate federal funding and congressional apportionment. I do not take this decision lightly. Holding any secretary in criminal contempt of Congress is a serious and sober matter, one that I have done everything in my power to avoid. But in the case of the Attorney General and the Secretary Ross, they have blatantly obstructed our ability to do congressional oversight into the real reason Secretary Ross was trying for the first time in 70 years, to add a citizenship question to the 2020 census. Secretary Ross testified under oath that he added a citizenship question, and I quote, solely. I want to concentrate on that word, solely, to help the Justice Department enforce the Voting Rights Act. But we now know that claim was nothing but a pretext. And do not take my word for that, Madam Speaker. The Supreme Court said that. Our committee's investigation uncovered evidence that Secretary Ross launched a secret campaign to add the citizenship question within days of assuming his post. We learned that Secretary Ross ignored warnings from experts inside and outside the Census Bureau, including the Bureau's chief scientists, that adding a citizenship question would be costly and harm the accuracy of the census. In other words, they were saying, if you do this, you're not going to have an accurate census. Our investigation also revealed that Secretary Ross spoke with Attorney General Sessions, Steve Bannon, and Chris Kobach. Contrary to his testimony to the Congress, the Commerce Department conjured up the voting rights rationale to hide these interactions. This entire Congress should be insulted by this. Committee Democrats first asked for documents from the Department of Commerce and the Department of Justice when we were in the minority in April and May of 2018. Both departments ignored us. When I became chairman, I renewed these requests on behalf of the committee. Since then, the administration has engaged in a purposeful effort to obstruct, and I do not use that word lightly, our investigation. The departments have refused to provide key unredacted documents that we need to understand the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, about why they really made this decision. Instead, what did they do? They produced thousands of pages that were largely non-responsive, heavily redacted, or publicly already available. When they let us interview witnesses, what did they do? They ordered the witnesses not to answer more than 500 of our questions. Secretary Ross even refused my request to meet to try and work this out. Like I said, I do not come to this floor lightly. This is not an easy decision. But there comes a time when the Congress must speak up for the Congress. I grant myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
As a result, on April 2nd, more than 3 months ago, after a bipartisan vote, the committee subpoenaed these key documents, including a secret memo that the Department of Commerce wrote about the citizenship question and gave to the Department of Justice. The departments have admitted to us that this memo does exist, but they refuse to produce this document and many others. Now, I must say, in all credit, give credit where credit is due. My good friend and colleague on the other side, Mr. Meadows, worked tirelessly to try to help us get the things that we needed, and I appreciate that, trying to work in a bipartisan way. But going on from there, last month, in light of this obstruction, the Oversight Committee passed a resolution to hold Attorney General Barr and Secretary Ross in contempt of Congress. The vote was also bipartisan. However, many of our Republican colleagues apparently support the President's administration's refusal to comply with duly authorized congressional subpoenas. And let me say to my colleagues that what we are about, we need to be clear that we as a body have a constitutional duty to be a check on the executive branch. That's our job. Every 2 years, we swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America. That is what we're supposed to do. And so my colleagues claim that we were interfering with the Supreme Court's decision on this issue. That argument never did make any sense to me. Since we launched our investigation in 2018, more than 10 months before the Supreme Court took up the case. But even if you accept that misguided argument, the Supreme Court case is now over. That argument is gone. The President announced last week that he would no longer pursue adding a citizenship question to the census. However, in that same speech, the President admitted that he wanted citizenship data to implement partisan gerrymandering. The President's statements directly contradict Secretary Ross's sworn testimony that the only reason, the sole reason, the Trump administration wanted this data was to help the Justice Department enforce the Voting Rights Act. The Departments of Justice and Commerce have been engaged in a campaign to subvert our laws and the process Congress put in place to maintain the integrity of the census. And I would say to all of our members, let's be very careful on what we do with regard to the census. It has a tremendous impact for 10 years on how federal funds, more than $660 billion, is appropriated over and over again. Apportionment, redistricting, and making sure that every American gets their fair share back of their taxpayers' dollars. The hard-working money, people who raise the money for our taxes. The resolution before us today is about protecting our democracy. It is about protecting the integrity of this body. It's bigger than the census. It's about protecting the integrity of the Congress of the United States of America. We need to understand how and why the Trump administration tried to add a question based on pretext so that we can consider reforms to ensure that this never happen again. There are those who will ask the question, why would the Supreme Court, having decided what they've decided, and why do you want the documents? We want the documents because we want to make sure that we do not in the future spend a year and a half chasing something that is not accurate. In the words of the Supreme Court, a pretext, delaying our process of getting an accurate account, which is exactly what the Constitution says we must do. And so I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support our resolution to hold Attorney General Barr and Secretary Ross in contempt of the Congress of the United States of America. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chairman, I rise to claim time in opposition and yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, we are here today debating a premature and ill-advised resolution to hold Attorney General William Barr and Secretary of Commerce Wilbur Ross in contempt of Congress. In the eyes of the Democrat majority, their crime is not cooperating enough with the Democrats' investigation into the reinstatement of the citizenship question on the 2020 census. First, this contempt citation is a misuse of one of the most powerful tools available to this body. Second, the idea that the Trump administration is stonewalling this investigation, or even in Chairman Cummings' words, engaged in a cover-up from the top, is simply wrong. The bottom line is the Department of Justice and the Department of Commerce are cooperating with the committee's investigation into the reinstitution of the citizenship question on the 2020 census. The administration has produced a total of 31,000 pages of documents to the committee, 14,000 pages from the Commerce Department, and 17,000 pages from the Justice Department. The committee had heard testimony from 6 witnesses, with more interviews expected this month. Secretary Ross himself testified for over 6 hours about his decision to reinstate the citizenship question on the census. What the real issue we should be debating is why the Democrats are afraid to ask how many citizens are in the United States of America. Let's remember, just 1 month ago, the Supreme Court ruled that asking a citizenship question on the census is constitutional. Since the Supreme Court ruling, the President has said a citizenship question will not appear on the 2020 census. To put away all doubt about asking a citizenship question on the census and all future censuses, I introduced a bill last night to add a citizenship question to the 2020 census. My bill is intended to put away all doubt about asking a citizenship question on this and future censuses. If the Democrats can't impeach President Trump, they will instead hold his cabinet in contempt of Congress. This is just another episode in political theater. This exercise is not a responsible use of the contempt authority. This is just another attempt for the Democrats to delegitimize the efforts to accurately count the number of United States citizens in the United States. Something that should not be controversial. This is all part of the same game plan to manufacture controversy around anything associated with the Trump administration. These are the sort of abusive tactics that we should reject. These are the sort of tactics that give Congress a bad reputation. We should be better than this. I urge all members of the House to vote against moving this partisan contempt legislation. And I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Maryland.
Yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Let me be very clear. This is not theater. I wish it was theater. It's not theater. This is about us making sure that we protect the integrity of the census and of this Congress. And with that, I want to yield now, Madam Speaker, to the distinguished lady from Michigan, Ms. Lawrence. 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of this resolution to hold Attorney General Barr and Commerce Secretary Ross in contempt of Congress. Madam Speaker, we have reached a point that we as Congress must have the courage and we have the duty of our constituents of these United States of America to hold up the Constitution. Congress has an obligation to conduct oversight of the executive branch. Yet this administration complains each time we request information critical to fulfilling our investigative responsibilities. Today, the full House will vote to hold Attorney Barr and Secretary Ross in contempt, criminal contempt of Congress for their complete disregard of the Constitution. Not Democrats, the Constitution, and the refusal to provide our committee with relevant documents relative to the investigation of our 2020 census is 100% within our congressional responsibility to ensure the federal government is ultimately working in the best interests of people. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution, to stand up and fulfill their duty and responsibility to the Constitution, which says we must take care of the people of this great country, and that Congress will remain its power as a separate but equal branch of government. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and for your leadership, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. Madam Chair, every member of Congress was elected to work on issues that will positively impact their districts. And as we stand here today, our nation is dealing with a crisis at our southern border. Our seniors are struggling with rising prescription drug prices. Our farmers are waiting for a free and fair trade deal with Mexico and Canada. And our veterans deserve care they have earned. Yet today, House Democrats are once again putting off these important issues and continuing with their partisan investigations of President Trump and his administration. Madam Chair, this administration has produced 31,000 pages of documents related to the census. This administration has made 5 senior officials available for interviews. All this due to a disagreement over a citizenship question on the census. Madam Chair, a citizenship question is not new, nor should it be controversial. Every census conducted by the United States government from 1820 to 1950 asked about citizenship. Other countries ask about citizenship. The United Nations recommends it as a best practice. And the Census Bureau today already asks a segment of the population about citizenship. But let's set these facts aside. Given that President Trump is no longer seeking to add a citizenship question to the 2020 census, voting on a resolution to hold 2 cabinet members in contempt of Congress is simply a Democratic tactic to waste this chamber's time and avoid working on the serious issues facing our nation. I urge members to vote against the resolution so that the House can stop this partisan nonsense and focus on meaningful policy. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Maryland.
I yield the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney, a member of our committee, 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his great leadership. Madam Speaker, today we vote to defend the interest of the American people, our system of checks and balances, and our very Constitution with this resolution to hold Secretary Ross and Attorney General Barr in criminal contempt. For well over a year, Trump administration officials have lied through their teeth about the reason for adding a citizenship question to the 2020 census. They have repeatedly lied to Congress, the Supreme Court, and to the American people. In an effort to cover up their lies, they blocked every demand from our committee, every demand to comply with reasonable oversight, withholding documents, asserting illegitimate executive privilege, and blatantly ignoring bipartisan subpoenas, all to a degree that would literally break the Constitution if allowed to stand. New evidence revealed in court and that I shared on this floor revealed that the real reason for the question was to disenfranchise non-white voters. The Supreme Court ruled that the administration's explanation was, and I quote, contrived. A functional democracy depends on accountability. Accountability requires real oversight. The passage of this criminal contempt resolution is necessary to preserve the integrity of all congressional oversight on this and so many other issues, now and into the future. This contempt resolution, in fact, allows both Democrats and Republicans to do their job. Never, ever during my time in Congress have I encountered such complete contempt for the law, and that contempt deserves to be punished. I urge my colleagues to vote for this. Our democracy depends on it.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chairman, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from North Carolina and one of the great leaders of this body, Mr. Meadows.
Gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for your leadership. I thank the gentleman from Kentucky. Madam Chairman, let me give you a quote. Holding someone in contempt of Congress is one of the most serious and formal actions our committee can take. It should not be used as a political tool to generate press as part of an election year witch hunt. Now, who is responsible for that quote? It's not Ranking Member Jim Jordan. It's not Leader McCarthy. It's not Conference Chair Liz Cheney. It's Chairman Elijah Cummings. Those are his words. What we need to do is understand that we're using this as a political tool, and we're better than that. We're better than that. So I'm going to quote also from another letter, from the letter from Chairman Cummings. At that time, he was not the chairman. Chairman Cummings wrote a letter to Speaker Boehner. He said, a fundamental problem with conducting such a partisan investigation is that its results are not even-handed, but instead they're skewed, incomplete, and inaccurate. Chairman Cummings went on further. He said, these deficiencies are magnified when we rush from a committee vote to a floor vote at breakneck speed with little concern for the facts or the law. What was he referring to? He was referring to a contempt vote on Eric Holder. Now, here we are today in the same venue. I'm using the chairman's words, and so I'm going to make an appeal to the chairman with the hopes that my good friend opposite will heed these words. Because in that same letter, he made a direct appeal to the Speaker of the House at that particular time, and he said, I hope that the chairman would accept that the Attorney General is willing to come in and meet personally and enter into direct negotiations and enter in good faith to try to resolve this matter. So I'm hoping that the gentleman opposite will withdraw his contempt resolution, not force a vote on this, enter into a direct negotiation with the Attorney General of this great country, and hopefully resolve this without taking this particular matter. Madam Chairman, I think it is critically important that we understand why we're here today. It is because we're using two standards. One standard for the minority party at one time and one standard for a majority party another. Let's use the same standard and make sure that we give the Attorney General the ability to negotiate directly with the gentleman opposite. And Madam Chair, I certainly hope that cooler heads will prevail, and that we actually get to the bottom of this, and it's about allowing Congress to do its job, but do it with respect. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman's recognized.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume. Let me be clear. First of all, I want to thank the gentleman for quoting me so much. I'm tremendously honored. And I think the quotes that he used just reiterates what I said when I began, how seriously I take this matter. And I wouldn't be here if I did not consider this to be very serious. The other thing I would say is we made tremendous efforts, and the gentleman knows it because he's helped trying to work with me to try to get the documents and the things that we need. We have not been able to get them. And with that, I yield to Mr. Gomez 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The census can be used to either marginalize or to empower communities. This president decided on the path of marginalization. And they did that by coming up with an idea to silence the voices of immigrant communities throughout the country by adding a citizenship question that they deemed necessary to enforce the Voting Rights Act. But for 53 years, no Department of Justice had a problem of enforcing the Voting Rights Act without census block data on citizenship. But all of a sudden, 2017 comes around, you know what? We have a problem. And this is the excuse that they had. This is the reason that they had to add this question to the citizenship, to the census. And it is just completely false. You know, even to an extent that you saw that they said that the Department of Justice was the ones that asked for it. Then we find out later that they had to shop around to the Department of Homeland Security and other departments in order to get somebody to try to ask for the Census Bureau to add the question. But then they went back to Jeff Sessions, who carried out their request. So we're investigating because everything that they've said, the Department of Commerce and Wilbur Ross, has been a complete lie. And if you don't believe me, the recent Supreme Court decision said, quote, unlike a typical case in which an agency may have both stated and unstated rationale, the sole stated reason seems to have been contrived. And what does contrived mean? It means forced, artificial, manufactured, false. And that's what it is. It is a contrived reason. And the American people need to have a right to know the real reasons, not the contrived reasons, not the ones that were manufactured, not the ones that were made up. And that's why we're asking for these documents. And that's why when Congress cannot perform its obligations as an oversight and check on the executive branch, then we must hold these individuals in contempt. And I ask my colleagues to do the same thing. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from West Virginia, Ms. Miller.
The chair will remind members that we are in the committee of the whole House, and as such, they are to direct their remarks to the Speaker pro tem. Gentlelady is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to oppose the resolution before us. Knowing who is in our country should not be controversial. Let me repeat that. Knowing who is in our country should not be controversial. Although my colleague across the aisle have blurted fact and fiction on this issue, the truth is asking a citizenship question is standard operating procedure. It is currently asked on the censuses throughout the world, in Australia, Canada, Germany, Ireland, Mexico, the UK, and many others. The United Nations even recommends asking the citizenship question as a best practice on the census, so countries can gather accurate information about their citizens. It's not a new idea in the U.S. either. We first asked a citizenship question on the census in 1820 and continued the practice for the next 130 years. And it is still asked every year on the American Community Survey. The information collected is protected by federal law, and our Justice Department uses the information to enforce the Voting Rights Act. We still ask the citizenship question on I-9 employment eligibility forms. Right here in the District of Columbia, a citizenship question is asked on driver's license applications. They do the same in Wisconsin. In California, anyone who applies for a firearm license has to answer a citizenship question. And in Ohio, concealed carry applicants must verify if they are citizens or not. These states believe it is fine to ask this question to obtain a firearm or driver's license, but it's not okay to ask on the census. So for anyone to claim that this is a hot button issue, I just don't buy it. It seems a little bit more like hot air. I'm glad that President Trump is working across federal agencies to ensure that we can get this crucial information. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution so we can get back to actual work. I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Maryland.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished ranking chairman of our Committee on Civil Rights, the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, my colleague, Mr. Raskin.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like the chairman, I am charmed and tickled by the argument offered by our friend, Mr. Meadows, who quotes our beloved chairman in resisting a rush to a contempt vote against Attorney General Holder. Of course, two sides can play this game because the gentleman from North Carolina, of course, voted for and championed a contempt citation against the Attorney General in that case. So why would he support a contempt finding as appropriate against one Attorney General who's acting in a recalcitrant way, but not against another? Madam Speaker, this is not a policy battle about the citizenship question, although my friends seem to think that it is. They have already lost that battle. They lost it in the federal district courts 3 times. They lost it in the United States Supreme Court. When they lost it with Chief Justice John Roberts. They lost it with the majority of the Supreme Court, a Supreme Court that was gerrymandered by Senator McConnell for precisely occasions like this, so they could get the outcome they wanted. But even that court rejected the contrived rationale that was offered by the Commerce Department. It's been rejected by 6 former census directors. It was rejected by their own chief scientist in the Commerce Department and the Census Bureau. They lost the case under the Census Act. They lost the case under the Administrative Procedures Act. Even President Trump acknowledges that they lost it, at least today. I think he acknowledges it, although he does waver back and forth, and I hope nothing that we say today will prompt him to start over again. They lost because their justification was contrived, according to Chief Justice Roberts. It was made up, completely pretextual, according to the federal district courts, arbitrary, capricious, irrational, silly. We get the citizenship information we need right now, and we have for the last 70 years under what was called the long form, now what's called the American Community Survey. 6 former Census Bureau directors said, if you do what they wanted to do, but it's been rejected, but if you do what they want to do, you're going to get far more inaccurate counting. You're going to get a far less accurate portrait of America. If I might have 30 seconds more, Mr. Chairman.
Grant the gentleman a minute.
Gentleman's recognized for a minute.
Thank you very much. So, if you want to talk about the policy, we can, but we don't need to. They've already lost repeatedly on that, and they seem not to want to acknowledge that basic fact of this discussion. This is about congressional power, Madam Speaker, and that's something that should unify every member of this body and institution. We must stand together. The Supreme Court has said repeatedly, the federal court said repeatedly, that our fact-finding power is inextricable and essential and indispensable to our legislative power. We have the power from the people, the sovereign political power of the people has been given to us to legislate, and we can't legislate if we can't get the information that we need. Sometimes we disagree when they're in the majority with the stuff that they want. I'm sure I wasn't here then, but I would have disagreed maybe with some of the fast and furious stuff or the millions of documents that they got in the Benghazi investigation. It makes no difference. The majority has a right to get what it wants. We've got a right to get what we want. If you act with contempt for the Congress of the United States of America and the people of the United States, we will hold you in contempt of the Congress and the United States of America, and I support these contempt resolutions.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, the great Minority Leader McCarthy.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Before I walked out of my office, I first looked at my calendar. I knew it was July, but I wondered if it was back in February. It's another day on the floor. It's like Groundhog Day all over again. Yesterday on this floor was a sad day. It's not a day about decorum. It's not a day about any of the issues that any of my constituents asked about. They ask me when I go home, and Madam Speaker, I envision that they ask most every member in this body, have you done anything about surprise billing? Had you made sure pre-existing conditions is protected like that bill Greg Walden has with so many co-sponsors? Have you done anything making sure the economy continues to grow? No, I go home and I tell them they had another resolution to attack President Trump or the administration. So we may be in July, but it's Groundhog Day all over again. Are we doing anything about a budget? Because, Madam Speaker, I listened. I listened to my colleagues when they say, show me your budget, show me your values. And I know winning in a majority is important. And I knew, Madam Speaker, we're in the majority, putting a budget out is not easy. But it is the fundamental responsibility of a majority. So yes, I came to this floor hoping we'd have that debate, but no debate about a budget. Can't tell my constituents that the majority did a budget this year. When they ask me, well, what about, I read all these about a caps, that you got to come into agreement to ever make something happen together. No, I'm coming back down to the floor. This time we're talking about contempt. They asked me, Madam Speaker, well, what contempt are you talking about? I said, well, it's regard the census. Well, wasn't that all solved? Well, yeah, that's already been solved and already been decided. But Madam Speaker, this majority thinks it's another political opportunity. Then I listened and I heard this comment the other day. Madam Speaker, they said, I challenge you to find voters that can name a single thing House Democrats have done for their kitchen table this year. A single thing, challenging all voters to name one thing. And I wondered, did my press operation put that out? No, it didn't come from my office. Then I wondered, maybe it was another Republican inside this body. No, it wasn't one member elected on the Republican side. This quote actually came from a chief of staff of one of the most prominent members on the other side of the aisle. I agree with that chief of staff. Name me one thing that we have done for the kitchen table. Yesterday, we did a resolution attacking the president. But we couldn't even get to that. Because, Madam Speaker, we couldn't even have decorum in this body. We set a record that we've never seen before based upon a speaker's action. The very first page in Thomas Jefferson's manual talks about decorum. But not only did this body try to change the rules after the fact, they don't think everybody's equal, Madam Speaker. Because if your words get taken down, you don't have a right to speak that day. But no, we should change that. We should show them. The majority should get what they want. Madam Speaker, I guess the majority doesn't want a budget. I guess the majority doesn't want to do anything about surprise billing. I guess the majority doesn't want to find, when it comes to our national defense, to keep a 58-year history of bipartisanship. They broke that record too. They made it partisan, and that's what we did last week. Well, now we're right back at Groundhog Day, and we're going to have contempt votes today. But that's not all we're going to do today. We're going to go for the third time on impeachment. Impeachment. Madam Speaker, I watched a crisis on a border. I listened to the other side who asked the president if he would pause a court action so we could deal with it. And I patiently waited those 2 weeks to have a hearing on it. Because, Madam Speaker, I'm not in the majority. I can't control these committees. The majority party can. They didn't have one hearing on it. But they've scheduled another one. They got Mueller coming in. They even postponed it so they could have more time. I guess 22 months, $40 million, 13 countries. I guess that's not enough. Madam Speaker, I wonder if it's only one chief of staff challenging to find voters that can name a single thing House Democrats have done for the kitchen table this year. Because when I'm home, they don't come up to me and talk to me about party. They talk to me about what the House is doing. Because in their house, in their kitchen table, you know what they talk about there? They talk about their budget. Because they do know their budget is their values. And they value having a budget. They'll talk politics, but I don't think they get too petty. It's interesting. In the kitchen table of the House of Representatives, there's rules for different people. I thought the rule of law mattered in this country. And I was kind of excited when I watched a problem-solving caucus stand up together, Republicans and Democrats, before there was a vote for a speaker in this Congress, and they requested a consensus calendar. And what does a consensus calendar mean? It means if a member from any side of the aisle works really hard, that they believe in the issue, that they get 290 co-sponsors. And you have to understand what that means. That doesn't mean walking up to a congresswoman or congressman and saying, will you support my bill? Will you put your name on this? Do you believe in this policy so great, will you put your name on this? And it takes 218 to pass a bill, but that's not the number they put out. 290 to get above politics. If you made that happen, your bill would come to the floor. Well, that was the rule. That's what we just put in. Madam Speaker, you know what happened? There was this congressman from South Carolina. He didn't get 290. He's up to 370. He followed the exact rule that the majority just put in. And you know what happened at the day that he was going to be the very first bill on a consensus calendar? And what was the topic that really brought people together? Survivor benefits for those who gave their life to defend this nation. I was proud. I was proud that more than 370 people in this body did not play politics with that issue. But you know what happened when that day came? The rules are not equal. The rules are not equal. They are written, but they are changed. They were changed last Friday. They were changed so he could not have his vote. So Congressman Joe Wilson could not come to this floor. Was it changed in a committee? No. They put it in a rule. Self-executing. Yesterday, when I watched the quorum on this floor, any other member of this body would not have the right to speak if their words were taken down. If it was me, you, anybody else. But no, the rules were changed once again. And everybody on one side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, voted to change those rules. That they hold people seem to be different, seem to be special, seem that they can break the rules. I guess the majority should get what they want, not what the people around the kitchen table of America want. I wonder, Madam Speaker, I wonder, when I watch people campaign and they talk about what they want to achieve here, how many said they wanted to have a week of contempt, of impeach, and resolution all after one entity, the President of the United States? I didn't have anybody on any side of the aisle ever ask me that question. I hold this job with a great deal of respect. You know, there's less than 12,000 people that ever had the privilege to serve here. I travel a long way each week to have that opportunity. I spend a lot of time thinking about it. I spend a lot of time listening and talking to my constituents. Last night, I went home and I did a telephone town hall. Thousands of people were on that call. Now, one person asked me about the contempt of a census form that's already going out. They talked about an earthquake. They wondered if they'd have enough money. I don't know. We don't have a budget. The hospital. This community is not very big. Ridgecrest's about 30,000. The earthquake did damage to the hospital. People are going to get some surprise billings. Not anything their fault. But we're not talking about it on this floor. We're not solving that problem. But we're holding another person in the administration in contempt. Is this going to go anywhere? Is this going to do anything for anybody's kitchen table? I know some people on the other side of the aisle, Madam Speaker, might get mad at this chief of staff. But sometimes you get upset when people speak the truth. Sometimes it hurts. What hurts more to the American public is more of this. If it's just going to be Groundhog Day every day that we serve here, because once we get done with this, we'll debate impeachment for the third time. For the third time, we'll debate impeachment. When we go home this week and we talk about what we achieved, I don't know what I can say. That's not why we ran. We are better than this. When I watched the decorum yesterday, I know we are better than that. But what's most disturbing to me is when somebody did not abide by the rules of the House, the rules were changed to protect that person. America is more than a country. America is an idea of self-governance, idea of a rule of law, of a respect. If you care so much to change the rule that you would have a consensus calendar, abide by it. Not just because somebody on the other side of the aisle worked harder. If you cared so much that you said a budget matters, that it sets the tone of who you are, produce one. I understand there's winners and losers in elections. But Madam Speaker, when I heard what a member said of why they wanted to battle, they admitted to their colleagues they were using the census investigation to gather information that, in his words, that the courts could use in ongoing litigation. So are we really here because your constituents asked about it? Are we here because you just want to play a little more politics? Because I would tell you this. You got another thing coming up right after that you could play politics on it one more time. I would ask, deep inside, that for once, let's put it aside. I know that election didn't turn out the way you wanted it, but at the end of the day, people expect us to find common ground. They expect us to give on both sides. And I will guarantee you, no one ever went to the polls to say, I want you to go there to spend a whole week just attacking an administration. I imagine the majority of people who voted for you had the same question that chief of staff. They wanted you to change the kitchen table. So let's start focusing on the issues that the American public is talking around their kitchen tables. And I yield back.
Members are directed to direct their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Maryland.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just want to make it clear, Madam Speaker, as I listen to the comments of our very distinguished minority leader, I forgot. The fact is that what we are doing today is trying again to protect the integrity of this House and protect the integrity of the census and make sure that we get the records that we need to do our job. And I would hope that he would join us in making sure that happens, because it's not just about us. It's about people that will come and fill these seats when we're dancing with the angels. And so with that, I want to yield to the very distinguished gentleman from Virginia, a man who leads our government operations subcommittee excellently, the distinguished member from our committee again, Mr. Connolly. 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the Speaker, and I thank my good friend, the distinguished chairman of the Oversight and Reform Committee. Madam Speaker, what we just heard might be described as hyperannuated chutzpah. To bemoan accountability, to talk about a kitchen table that's, I think, imaginary. I can tell you it doesn't characterize kitchen tables in my district, and it probably doesn't characterize them all across America, which is maybe why the minority leader is called that instead of the majority leader in this Congress. Because my Republican friends abrogated any accountability, any oversight of this administration in the 2 years they were in the majority and Mr. Trump was in the White House. Americans are focused on economic and health issues, but that doesn't mean they don't care about what's happening to their country. They do. The census, the distinguished minority leader doesn't want you to focus on why the census question was so important, because it's in a context that is disturbing. It's in a context of voter suppression all across America. Get rid of early voting. Restrict absentee voting. Have stricter ID laws. Make it harder for students and people of color to vote. Purge voting rolls. Have manufactured assertions about phony voting, as if that were the major problem in America. Asking the citizenship question on the census is part and parcel of that scheme to discourage minority voting in America, to frighten immigrant communities.
Gentleman's time's expired.
Yield the gentleman another 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized.
And finally, maybe the worst of all, to bemoan the change yesterday to allow the Speaker to have her words considered and to allow her back on the floor. Why? Because we don't care about rules? No. Because we cared about the impact on millions of Americans of harmful, racist words. And we felt that duty to provide some comfort to those people that this House cared was more important than a juridical commitment
Gentleman's time's expired.
to an ancient rule.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire how much time is remaining for each side?
Gentleman from Kentucky has 18 and a half minutes. Gentleman from Maryland has 7 minutes. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Groffman.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Prior to talking about the census, I just want to make one brief point in response to some of the debate on the other side. We'll give some of the speakers a little bit of a project here. When we say the Pledge of Allegiance, we pledge allegiance to the flag and the republic for which it stands. And perhaps some of the speakers on the other side can do a little research as to why we pledge allegiance to the republic. Today again, we are debating because of a potential question on the census. There's certain people who feel that it would be wrong to ask about citizenship on the census. I can tell you as a lawmaker, I would certainly like to know how many people in this country are citizens. I'd also like to know how many people are legal or illegal, both of which may affect decisions we make, formulas we make here. I have a bill up in the past, I'll reintroduce it this year, that says that people who are non-citizens shouldn't be eligible for public benefits. If that bill were ever to become law, I can easily imagine distributions of money from this place being affected by the results on a census like that. Other countries do not have problems getting numbers if they ask about citizenship. Canada doesn't have a problem. Mexico doesn't have a problem. That's why the United Nations recommends we ask about citizenship. It didn't result in bad censuses until 1950. It doesn't result in bad results on the long form or bad results on the community survey. It doesn't result in problems in the state of Wisconsin where we have a citizenship question that you have to answer prior to getting a driver's license. So I wish we would put away this resolution today. I don't think it is right to spend more time debating the census question. I hope if President Trump if this does not appear on this census, that it is eventually put in the census for 2030. Thank you.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Yes, Madam Speaker. I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from the District of Columbia, Ms. Norton.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my good friend for courageously bringing this contempt resolution to the House today. The authority, the very integrity of the House of Representatives have been challenged by the administration as never before in American history. If it were not for the Supreme Court, the administration's determination to deliberately prevent an accurate census count would have succeeded. Neither the President nor the Republican House has the support of a majority of the American people. Using Secretary Ross, the administration tried to cheat its way to an undercount. Both Attorney General Barr and Secretary Ross have gone out of their way to refuse to provide needed documents or offered pretexts for not providing them pursuant to valid subpoenas. So serious has been this obstruction that the House must seek criminal contempt, which can carry stiff penalties and prison time, or simply surrender to the administration and invite continuing obstruction of our ability to perform our legislative and oversight functions. To be sure, we fully recognize the difficulty of enforcement of criminal contempt against this administration by this administration. But the House would as soon surrender its authority as to take no action in the face of historic and willful defiance. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my friend from Ohio, the distinguished ranking member of the Oversight Committee, Mr. Jordan.
Gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the gentleman from Kentucky for yielding and for his great work on the committee. Secretary Ross and Attorney General Barr are doing their jobs. So what's their reward? Democrats are going to hold them in contempt. Both agencies, the Commerce Department, the Justice Department, have submitted 31,000 documents to the committee. They've made available all kinds of witnesses for depositions and transcribed interviews. In fact, we got another one happening later this month. And the Secretary himself sat for over 6 hours in a hearing answering every single question the committee had. Raised his hand, said he swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help him God, answered all the questions. And what's he get for it? Democrats are going to hold him in contempt. And why are they doing this? Why are they doing this? All because they don't want a simple question on the census. Are you a citizen of the United States of America? That one sentence is driving it all. Are you a citizen of the greatest nation in history is driving it all. They're going to hold two people doing their jobs in contempt. All because they don't want to do what's been done for 200 years in this country. Since 1820, in one form or another, we have been asking the citizenship question on a census. They're going to hold them in contempt. All because they don't want to do what the UN says is the best practice. They're going to hold them in contempt. all because they don't want to do what's just plain old common sense. Listen to what Justice Alito said in his opinion a couple weeks ago. No one disputes that it's important to know how many inhabitants of this country are citizens, and the most direct way to gather this information is to ask it in a census. Shazam. Imagine that. Best way to figure it out is to ask the people in the country that you're surveying. Holy cow. And here's the kicker. Here's the final thing. You go anywhere in this country, any state you want to go to, walk up on some small town, some big city, walk up on the street, ask someone on the street, do you think when we do the census to figure out how many people are in this country, it's appropriate to ask if you're a citizen? And every person you talk to, every single one of them, will say, well, heck yeah. And oh, by the way, aren't we doing that already? And you'd have to say, yes, we've been doing it for 200 years. This resolution is ridiculous, and we should vote it down. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
I just want to, Madam Speaker, I want to just remind our distinguished ranking member when he talks about quoting from the courts, we might want to look at what the Supreme Court said about the language that Mr. Ross, Secretary Ross, used in our committee, and because the same language was used in the Supreme Court case. And what the Supreme Court said was that that was contrived, and that's a quote, and incongruent with what the record reveals. In other words, he was saying it was not accurate. He may have come and testified before us, but it wasn't accurate. With that, I want to yield to the distinguished lady, a member of our committee, Ms. Plaskett, Virgin Islands.
For how long is, I'm sorry?
Oh, 2 minutes.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to respond first to the distinguished gentleman from California, the minority leader, Mr. McCarthy, when he talked about us doing work. He asked us if work was being done here in Congress and that we weren't responding to the daily needs of America. I would remind him and remind the Speaker that we are, in fact, have passed the Violence Against Women Act in the Judiciary Committee. The Energy and Commerce Committee passed the prescription drug bill that came to this floor. Energy and Commerce is working on Medicaid as we speak right now. 150 bills have been passed by this body and are sitting on the desk of his friend, the Senate leader, Mitch McConnell, who has decided that he is not interested in the work of the people of the United States. But guess what? We can walk and chew gum at the same time, as I've said, and this committee's responsibility is oversight, not anything else. And that's what we are doing, is oversight of this administration. I know that's difficult for that side of the aisle to want to think about, is overseeing and not reining in individuals who may be acting outside of the law. Last year, when the Secretary Ross testified before Congress, he said that he added the citizenship question solely to help the Department of Justice enforce the Violence Rights Act. We understand now that that may not have been true. And he has given us unresponsive, that's a legal term, unresponsive documents in those thousands of documents that he has turned over to us, not the documents that we have asked. And it's our responsibility as the Oversight Committee to hold individuals responsible. I would ask that my colleagues across the aisle would consider their responsibility on this committee, if you want to sit on the committee, to do the work of the committee, and that is overseeing this administration. I think that we have done our job and we are doing it well. If he has not been responsive, we must hold him in contempt. I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Heiss.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman. The problem is that this is not the way we're supposed to go about the business of oversight. Contempt resolutions are generally something that happens deep inside and deep within an ongoing investigation when the committee has run up against brick walls and have exhausted all possibilities before them. That is certainly not the case here. We are in the middle of an investigation into federal agencies that are complying with our requests. This is absurd. The Oversight Committee has held 6 transcribed interviews with witnesses. Another one is on the way within days. Commerce Department and Justice Department have produced over 31,000 pages, documents, combined 14,000 from Commerce, 17,000 from Justice. These are not things that happen when we're talking about federal agencies that are stonewalling an investigation. That simply is not what's happening here. This investigation has only been going on for a couple of short months, and I would like to remind this chamber that it wasn't too long ago that then Ranking Member Cummings cautioned himself against pursuing a resolution of contempt in 2012, and that was after a year of stonewalling by the Obama administration. We're just a couple of months into this one. Look, if these federal agencies were legitimately stonewalling investigation as the Obama administration did, I would certainly feel differently, and I'm sure others here would as well, but they are not stonewalling, and the facts simply don't support this contempt resolution. I urge my colleagues not to support this, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Maryland.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows.
I don't think he can do that. He's already back. Gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to make a point that in this body now, on 2 consecutive days, we've broken the rules of Congress to expedite things. In this particular contempt resolution, I want to make sure that the record reflects that we broke Rule 2F on the committee about notice. It was brought to the attention of the chairman, and here we are again going and violating the rules of this House, not rules that the minority put in place, but rules that the majority put in place. And we gave the chairman the chance to perfect this procedural problem, and yet they continued on to hold this contempt violation. So I can tell you, they may vote today to hold them in contempt, but it is a violation of Congress's very rules itself that should have been remedied. And with that, I ask that the gentleman opposite withdraws his resolution so that we can perfect this, and I yield back.
Yields back. Gentleman from Maryland.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from North Dakota, Mr. Armstrong.
Gentleman's recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Upon assumption of the chairmanship of the committee on January 19th, the chairman of the Oversight Committee formally initiated an inquiry into Secretary Ross's decision to reinstitute the citizens' question on the 2020 census. Just recently, as of June 27, 2019, the Supreme Court has issued a ruling. And the Supreme Court ruled that the administration may ask a citizenship question, but rejected the rationale presented by the Secretary Ross for adding the question on the 2020 census. The committee's fact-finding is still active and ongoing. The administration is cooperating with the investigation. The DOC and the DOJ have produced 31,000 responsive documents, 14,000 from the DOC and 17,000 from the DOJ. The committee has held 6 transcribed interviews with witnesses, and a 7th interview is expected. In short, Madam Chair, the Judiciary Committee has already held Bill Barr in contempt for not violating federal law. And now the Oversight Committee is about to hold Bill Barr in contempt for cooperating with the committee. This is wrong. This is not how we're supposed to do business in this chamber. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Maryland continues to reserve. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Madam Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
Thank you. This is such a disturbing time for those of us that have spent our lives, our adult lives, trying to see that justice is done, laws are followed, and yet here we again come after Attorney General Bob Barr and another cabinet official, Ross. But truth is, I didn't really know Bob Barr when he got appointed, when he nominated, but I knew that he was friends with Bob Mueller. That caused me concern. But it appears we have an attorney general who is concerned about justice, and he's concerned about stopping injustices. And yet we still have people that are wanting to cause as much trouble for the president, stop his administration from getting as much accomplished for the American people as possible. And it's got to stop at some point. And so it's like a game. We come here and we're going to hold him in contempt again. This is a double secret probation against Bob Barr. How many double, triple, quadruple secret probations are we going to do? This isn't going to amount to anything. You take this to any federal judge to try to enforce it, she will look at the procedure and go, this is ridiculous. You're not going to have me hold the Attorney General in contempt for trying to follow the law, and you're wanting to interrupt his efforts to follow the law. That's not happening. So this is all about a show when there is true injustice going on. And thank God that we have a president that wanted to see justice done. He knew he didn't collude. And now we have an attorney general that's trying to do the same thing. Let's say no to this contempt. Let's get back to doing the job the American people want us to do. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman continues to reserve.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to make Mr. Cummings aware that I have no further speakers and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman's recognized.
Gentlemen, we reserve, and the gentleman may close it. And we have no further
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized to close.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think that just about everyone who spoke on our side of the aisle made the factual points that this is not necessary. This resolution is an ongoing attempt by the majority party to try to do anything they can to disrupt the presidency of our President of the United States. Every country, just about in the world, asks the citizenship question. Mexico and Canada ask the citizenship question. In fact, the United Nations recommends that countries ask the citizenship question. I don't, for the life of me, know why we would resort to this type of action in this body, especially after what happened yesterday. I wonder, Madam Speaker, is this an attempt to try to move the direction of the American people from their frustration at the lack of achievement by the majority party from a legislative standpoint to try to somehow enrage their anger at the president? This is unnecessary. This is more political theater, and I urge the members of this fine body to oppose this resolution.
Does the gentleman yield back?
Back.
Gentleman from Maryland.
Madam Speaker, may I inquire as to how much time is left?
Gentleman has 2 minutes remaining.
Very well. Madam Speaker, some of my Republican, I yield myself to 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Some of my colleagues have argued that holding Secretary Ross and Attorney General Barr in contempt of Congress is premature. That's simply not true. If anything, it is long overdue. The Department of Commerce and the Department of Justice have failed to comply with congressional requests for more than a year. The Oversight Committee Democrats first asked for documents from the Commerce Department in April of 2018 and from the Department of Justice May of 2018. Those requests were ignored. When I became chairman, I renewed those requests. In response, the administration produced thousands of pages, but most of the documents were either heavily redacted, already public, or non-responsive to the committee's requests. So the committee narrowed its requests and issued bipartisan subpoenas to compel production of that narrowed group of documents. That was in April, more than 3 months ago. I even asked Secretary Ross to meet with me personally. He refused. And last month, the committee passed the bipartisan resolution before us to hold Secretary Ross and Attorney General Barr in contempt of Congress. Still, neither department has provided the documents that we've asked for. And so I've come to the floor to urge our members to vote in favor of this. I do not, again, bring this lightly. This is not theater. This is about doing our job. This is about protecting the integrity of not only our census, but of our Congress. And with that, Madam Speaker, I urge all members to vote for this resolution, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Pursuant to the rule, the previous question is ordered on the resolution. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution.
I ask
Gentleman
for a
from
recorded
Kentucky.
vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the question will be postponed.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 1847 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1847, a bill to require congressional notification for certain changes in status of inspectors general and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruda, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous materials on the measure before us.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I am proud to support the Inspector General Protection Act, which would improve the independence of inspectors general. This bipartisan bill, introduced by Representatives Ted Lieu and Jody Hice, would also address the disturbingly slow nomination of IGs that have been the norm across multiple administrations. The bill would require notification of Congress 30 days prior to an IG being placed on leave. Such notification is already required prior to an IG being removed from duty. The bill would also require the President to report to Congress if he has not nominated an IG after 210 days of a vacancy occurring. The report must include the reasons for failing to make the nomination and a target date for doing so. The requirement will hopefully prod the executive branch to nominate IGs in a more timely manner. IGs provide critical oversight and accountability within federal agencies, and the positions needed to be filled more quickly than is currently the case.
I urge members to support this bipartisan bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. Recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield myself as such time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 1847, the Inspector General Act. I want to thank Representative Ted Lieu for working in a bipartisan manner on this legislation. H.R. 1847 will help ensure that Inspectors General vacancies across federal agencies will be filled in a timely manner. Inspectors General play an important role in improving the operations of the federal government. They help combat fraud, waste, and abuse throughout executive branch departments and agencies and promote a resourceful and effective federal government. They have assisted us with discharging one of our most important responsibilities, shining the light on areas of the government that need improved efficiency and economy. However, throughout both Republican and Democrat administrations, there have been numerous vacant Inspector General positions. Certain agencies have experienced prolonged periods of absent Inspector General leadership. For example, the Department of Interior has been without a permanent Inspector General since 2009. Likewise, there are approximately 13 vacant Inspector General positions for agencies covered by the Inspector General Act. This bill would require the President to timely notify Congress of a failure to nominate an Inspector General for a given agency. The President would also be required to explain why a nomination has not yet been made and provide a target date for that nomination. The bill also calls for increased transparency by requiring the President to notify Congress if an Inspector General is placed on leave or changes status. Inspectors General are an indispensable tool to Congress. By ensuring the federal government is adequately staffed with Inspectors General, we are reaffirming our commitment to rooting out government fraud, waste, and abuse. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield as many minutes as he'd like to consume to the distinguished gentleman, the sponsor of this legislation, Representative Ted Lieu.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, let me thank the gentleman from California and the gentleman from Pennsylvania for your comments in support of this legislation. I rise today in support of my bipartisan bill, H.R. 1847, the Inspector General Protection Act, which will enhance their independence and integrity of our IGs. Since Congress passed the original Inspector General Act of 1978, these government watchdogs have played a crucial role in our democracy. They root out waste, fraud, mismanagement, and abuse at all levels of government, saving the American taxpayer billions of dollars annually and ensuring that government programs benefit the people. According to Nonpartisan Council of the Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency, the taxpayers saved $32.7 billion in fiscal year 2017 from audit recommendations. That's a $22 return on every dollar invested. Unfortunately, both Democratic and Republican administrations have hamstrung our IGs with persistent vacancies and underfunded budgets. According to the Project on Government Oversight, vacancies of permanent inspectors general is not a new problem, one that is unique to this administration. This issue has persisted for years under both Democratic and Republican leadership. The Department of the Interior, for example, has lacked a Senate-confirmed inspector general for over a decade. But it's not just vacancies that have been problematic. In a committee report, the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs noted that another type of personnel action has a potential for doing significant damage to OIG independence if abused, placing an IG on indefinite paid or unpaid non-duty status. My bill will address both of these problems. First, H.R. 1847 requires notification to Congress in advance of an Inspector General being placed on administrative leave. This ensures Congress is aware of any potential attempts to improperly sideline an Attorney General. And second, the bill requires the President to report to Congress if an Inspector General has not been nominated within 210 days of a vacancy that occurs for their position, including the reasons a nomination has not been made and a target date for doing so. This reasserts Congress's oversight role and allows members to question on an informed basis the decision of any future administration to leave these offices vacant. As Senator Chuck Grassley told the Washington Post in 2017, independent, nonpartisan IGs can be some of the President's best allies in finding and cutting waste, fraud, and abuse in a bureaucracy. I agree with that statement. That is why I look forward to working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, as well as the U.S. Senate, and getting this common sense bill signed into law. I'm grateful to my colleague Jody Heiss of Georgia for partnering with me on this legislation, and to Chairman Cummings and Ranking Member Jordan for recognizing the importance of strengthening our nation's inspectors general. I'm also proud that this bill has received the endorsement of good governance groups across their ideological spectrum, including the Project on Government Oversight, R Street Institute, American Oversight, Campaign for Accountability, Common Cause, and Public Citizen. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting good governance by voting yes, and I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from California, Mr. Ruda, reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would like to make the gentleman from California aware that I have no further speakers and am prepared to close.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields.
Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1847 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 736 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 736, a bill to require the Director of the Government Publishing Office to establish and maintain an online portal accessible to the public that allows the public to obtain electronic copies of all congressionally mandated reports in one place and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruda, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the measure before us.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I want to thank Representative Mike Quigley for his persistence in pursuing this good government legislation. Hopefully, we can get this bill enacted this Congress. H.R. 736, the Access to Congressionally Mandated Reports Act, is a non-controversial bill that has been approved by the Oversight Committee many times. The bill is a common-sense measure that would make the government more transparent and accountable. It would create a one-stop shop where Congress and members of the public could access agency reports to Congress. Federal agencies submit thousands of reports to Congress each year. This bill will improve congressional oversight by making it easy to find and access these reports. H.R. 736 would also give the public access to agency reports. Currently, members of the public often have to file requests under the Freedom of Information Act to obtain some agency reports to Congress. Many of these reports are not available online. An online library of federal reports would improve the ability of our staffs to use the information in them to make sound policy. It also would encourage agency compliance with reporting requirements. Finally, it would support timely access to the reports by state and local governments, students, academics, and others with the additional benefit of decreasing the burden on agencies to process FOIA requests. The Access to Congressionally Mandated Report Act has been endorsed by over 25 organizations from across the political spectrum. I have a letter from those groups that I will enter into the congressional record. Legislation similar to this bill has been introduced in the Senate and favorably reported by the Committee on Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 736, the Access to Congressionally Mandated Reports Act, sponsored by my colleague from Illinois, Mr. Quigley. Federal agencies are required to produce numerous reports to Congress each year. The reports cover a wide range of topics that give valuable insight to government activities. While some reports are posted on agency websites, most are not available online. It is incredibly difficult for the general public to find reports, especially older reports. Keep in mind, these reports these are reports that the taxpayers paid for in the first place. H.R. 736 will solve this problem. The bill directs the federal government to compile all congressionally mandated reports into a central location. The Government Publishing Office would be required to establish an online database where agencies would submit congressionally mandated reports. In order to protect sensitive information, the bill allows agencies to redact information in the reports that would otherwise not be releasable to the public under the Freedom of Information Act. The database would provide access to reports free of charge. The reports would be searchable, sortable, and available to be downloaded in bulk. H.R. 736 ensures that these taxpayer-funded reports are transparent and accessible. It will make it easier for both the public and Congress to review and evaluate federal agency activities. Increased transparency under this bill will allow the public to help Congress hold the government accountable. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the distinguished member and sponsor of the legislation, Representative Quigley.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you. I will keep my comments brief because this common sense bipartisan bill is simple. H.R. 736 would make all agency reports available to Congress and releasable under FOIA on one website at no cost to the American public. Each year, federal agencies submit thousands of reports to Congress containing a wealth of information that enables the public to better understand how federal agencies are or are not fulfilling their respective missions, from ensuring that the safety of our drugs and food supply to protecting the environment and monitoring the soundness of our financial institutions. Unfortunately, many, if not most, of these reports simply sit collecting dust in the committees they're delivered to, or are posted in numerous and confusing places on dozens of agency websites, rarely to be seen or thought of again. In fact, the only comprehensive list of congressionally mandated reports is printed in paper format each year by the Clerk of the House and is available only by request, provided that you know it exists. My bill would, for the first time, create a single website where the public and members of Congress can easily search, sort, and download all congressionally mandated reports from agencies. Ultimately, this will help us conduct better research and oversight of these agencies, and will allow the public to learn about what agencies are doing with their hard-earned tax dollars. This bill is meant to be a window into the workings of government, and to ensure the government's business is done transparently and is accountable to the people it serves. I urge my colleagues to support this straightforward, common-sense bill and vote yes on H.R. 736. I yield back.
Gentleman from Illinois yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 736 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 1250 as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1250, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 11158 Highway 146 North in Hardin, Texas, as the Lucas Low Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruda, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I am pleased to join my colleagues in consideration of H.R. 1250 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 11158 Highway 146 North in Hardin, Texas, as the Lucas Lowe Memorial Post Office. Chief Warrant Officer Lucas Lowe's life was defined by a call to service. On July 6, 2004, Lucas enlisted in the United States Army. He was deployed to Afghanistan for 11 months from 2005 to 2006, and Iraq for 14 months from 2007 to 2008. Lucas later attended Warrant Officer Candidate School at Fort Rucker, Alabama, where he also enrolled in flight school to become an AH-64 Apache attack helicopter pilot. On December 28, 2016, Chief Warrant Officer Lucas Lowe passed away during a training flight with the Army National Guard. Lucas demonstrated in his short life the kind of commitment to service that should be an example to all of us. He leaves behind to cherish his memory his wife, Carney, sons Clayton and Lance, and daughters Allison and Tenley. Naming a post office in Lucas Lowe's honor in Hardin, Texas is a fitting tribute to honor and remember a young man who made the ultimate sacrifice in service to all of us. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I would like to yield 3 minutes to my friend from Texas, Mr. Babin.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1250, a bill to designate the U.S. Postal Service facility in Hardin, Texas, as the Lucas Lowe Memorial Post Office. As my colleagues know, to fast track a postal legislation, we collect co-sponsorships from every other member of the state's delegation. And when you come from a state as large as the state of Texas, this can certainly be easier said than done. And although everything is bigger in Texas, I'm proud to inform you that we have the support of all 36 members of the Lone Star State's Texas delegation to honor this American hero, Lucas Maurice Lowe, with the naming of the Memorial Post Office. Chief Warrant Officer Second Lucas Lowe of Hardin, Texas, was tragically lost to us during a training flight just after Christmas in 2016 during his time in the Texas Army National Guard. A hard-working man who loved being in the service, Lowe especially loved to fly. After enlisting in the Army in 2004, Lowe completed an 11-month tour in Afghanistan in 2005 and 6, and a 14-month tour in Iraq in 2007 and 8. He later attended Warrant Officer Candidate School at Fort Rucker, Alabama, where he also attended flight school to become an AH-64 Apache attack helicopter pilot. He was an amazing soldier who faithfully served both God and his country. However, when the world lost Lucas, we lost more than a dedicated patriot. We lost a man who always went out of his way to help lift others' spirits and encourage them to reach for higher success in life. Lucas was a wonderful family man who loved his wife and his children and his family more than anything else. He loved his children more than life itself. He loved camping in the woods and hunting, fishing, campfires, and good music. He enjoyed dancing, playing golf, cooking, and singing to brighten everyone's day. He always had a way of making someone's day better. Admired by all, his courage and dedication made him a natural-born leader. He touched the lives of all who knew him and lived his life with an optimistic spirit, always ready to take on the next big challenge. Lucas is survived by his wife, Cammie, and his 5 children, Clayton, Lance, Allison, Logan, and Tenley. And he is dearly, dearly missed throughout the Texas Army Guard and the entire Hardin community and Liberty County, and by those family and friends that he left behind. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1250, introduced by Representative Babin. The bill names a post office located in Hardin, Texas, in honor of Army Chief Warrant Officer Lucas Lowe. Lucas Lowe joined the United States Army in 2004. He served an 11-month deployment in Afghanistan, followed by a 14-month deployment in Iraq. While deployed, Lowe served as a field artillery radar operator and then as a paratrooper. When he returned home, Lowe attended Warrant Officer Candidate School and Flight School in Fort Rucker, Alabama. Chief Warrant Officer Lowe was then assigned to the 149th Aviation Regiment in the Texas National Guard. On December 28, 2016, Chief Warrant Officer Lowe lost his life during a training accident while flying an Apache helicopter. He left behind a wife, 3 sons, and 2 daughters. I urge my colleagues to support this bill. I yield the balance of my time back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and urge all the members to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman from California yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1250? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. And without objection, the title is amended. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 1526.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1526, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 200 Israel Road Southeast in Tumwater, Washington, as the Eva G. Hewitt Post Office.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruda, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I am pleased to join my colleagues in consideration of H.R. 1526 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 200 Israel Road Southeast in Tumwater, Washington, as the Eva G. Hewitt Post Office. Eva Hewitt was not just a businesswoman and postmaster, but she was often described as the heart and soul of Tumwater. With her husband, Charles Hewitt, Eva Hewitt established the Hewitt drugstore, which housed the Tumwater Post Office. She started as an assistant and later assumed the role of postmaster in 1915. Following the death of her husband in 1927, Eva Hewitt took over business operations of the drugstore with the help of her daughter, Laura. Eva would continue to serve as postmaster until 1942, at the time becoming the longest-serving postmaster in Tumwater, where she oversaw a massive growth in the volume of mail in the Pacific Northwest. Eva Hewitt also was a community leader and was widely regarded as Tumwater's local historian. She was also active in the Daughters of the Pioneers of Washington and was the namesake of the Eva Hewitt Orthopedic Guild. The Hewitt drugstore was eventually demolished for the construction of Interstate 5, naming a post office to honor Mrs. Hewitt's public service and help ensure that her pivotal legacy to her home of Tumwater, Washington, lives on. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 1526, introduced by Representative Heck. The bill names a post office located in Tumwater, Washington, as the Eva Hewitt, after Eva Hewitt. Eva Hewitt was Tumwater's first female postmaster. Before becoming postmaster, Eva and her husband owned and operated a drugstore in the small town they called home. The drugstore housed the Tumwater Post Office, and Eva started working there as an assistant. In 1915, she assumed the role of postmaster and served there nearly 3 decades. Following the death of her husband in 1927, Eva took over the family business and served in both positions until her retirement in 1942. Often described as the heart and soul of Tumwater, Eva was a community leader and a local historian. She spent her free time researching, preserving, and educating the public on the history of the Pacific Northwest. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
If the gentleman from Pennsylvania is ready to close, I'm ready to close as well. No, sorry. Oh, I didn't realize you were requesting time. My apologies. I would like to yield as such time as he will consume the distinguished gentleman from Washington who is a sponsor of the legislation, I do believe.
Yes.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, indeed, I do rise in strong support of H.R. 1526, a bill to honor the life and legacy of Eva G. Hewitt by renaming the post office in Tumwater for her. A few blocks, as we all know from where we stand today, is the Smithsonian Postal Museum, a museum that preserves and promotes postal history from every era. In it, you can read about the rural letter carriers. And this is personal with me. As it turns out, my grandfather was a rural postal delivery member of the post office from 1905 to 1944. Out of Henrietta, Texas, he for many years delivered the mail on horseback. One of the biggest days in his life was when he got a Model T. He, in fact, delivered letters right up until the day he died in 1944. You can read about him and a lot of other people in the museum, most notably the women trailblazers who built the Postal Service into what it is today. Women like Sarah DeCrow, who in 1792 became the very first woman postmaster, or women like Ethel Hill, who in 1900 became the first woman listed as a full-time rural delivery carrier. Well, this year is the celebration of the city of Tumwater's 150th anniversary. They call that the sesquicentennial. They're sharing many of the stories there about their own women trailblazers, women like Eva G. Hewitt. She was indeed Tumwater's first woman postmaster during a very pivotal time in Tumwater's history, and so it's fitting to rename the post office for her. In 1893, she and her husband Charles purchased that drugstore alluded to earlier, right in the heart of Tumwater, and their drugstore became known as the Hewitt Drugstore. It was the center of the community, and it housed a store, and yes, a soda fountain, and the post office all under one roof. She started as an assistant there, but get this, prior to that time, her husband was the postmaster, but it turns out when the Postal Service adopted civil service rules, she and her husband both took the examination. And guess what? She passed, he didn't. She became the postmaster in 1915. Sounds like something that would happen in my home. So following the death of her husband in 27, she took over the business and served there until her retirement in 1942. She was the very first person to hold the position of Tumwater postmaster. At the time of her retirement, she was also the longest-serving postmaster in that city's history, which dates back to 1824. During her decades at the store, she saw a massive growth in mail volume throughout the Pacific Northwest, as a matter of fact. And she once remarked that the volume at the Tumwater Post Office in terms of monthly mail in 1942 was equivalent to the annual mail at the turn of the century. And yes, indeed, the store was torn down, the post office was torn down to help make way for Interstate 5, the main arterial between Canada and Mexico that runs throughout the West Coast. Although the drugstore may be gone, her legacy isn't. As postmaster, as businesswoman, as community member, it lives on. And so I was delighted when the city approached me about this long overdue recognition for Eva. Very few post offices, let us note, are named for women, much less the women who carried out the mission of the Postal Service. In fact, take note, of the 823 post offices that have been renamed, only 98 of them have been renamed for women, less than 12%. We got a parity issue here, people. That's why I'm even more than proud to introduce and support this bill. I want to thank the Olympia Tumwater Foundation for helping to tell Eva's story. I thank the City of Tumwater for sharing her story with our community. And I want to thank all the members of my delegation who joined in co-sponsor of this. Eva has earned her place in the South Sound history books that she helped write. And it's my honor to support this bill to rename the Tumwater Post Office in her honor. And I urge my colleagues to support the legislation. With that, I thank you and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Washington yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have no further speakers. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
I'd like to thank the gentleman from Washington for his comments and extend my sincere apologies for moving along too quickly, and also encourage all of the members to support this bill. And I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back his time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1526? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 1844.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 1844, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 66 Grove Court in Elgin, Illinois, as the Corporal Alex Martinez Memorial Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruda, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to join my colleagues in consideration of H.R. 1844 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 66 Grove Court in Elgin, Illinois, as the Corporal Alex Martinez Memorial Post Office Building. At this time, I would like to yield such time as he may consume to Representative Krishnamurthy.
Thank you, Congressman Ruda. Madam Speaker, I would like to rise in support of my own legislation, H.R. 1844, to designate the facility of the U.S. Postal Service located at 66 Grove Court in Elgin, Illinois, as the Corporal Alex Martinez Memorial Post Office Building. Corporal Alex Martinez, a lifelong Elgin resident, wanted to join the Marine Corps since he was a little boy. From a young age, he yearned to follow in the footsteps of his father, Enrique Martinez, who was a longtime Navy reservist, and an aunt who served in the Army. As a senior in high school, with his whole life ahead of him, he decided to follow his dreams. He surprised his friends and family by attending summer school to graduate early, enlist in the Marine Corps, and marry his high school sweetheart, Juliana Martinez, at the age of 18. After graduation from basic training, Corporal Martinez was assigned to the 1st Combat Engineer Battalion, 1st Marine Division, 1 Marine Expeditionary Force, where he excelled as a combat engineer. In this role, he had the dangerous but crucial responsibility to guide ground forces away from life-threatening obstacles such as lethal improvised explosive devices. In his second deployment on April 5, 2012, a unit that Corporal Martinez was guiding began receiving enemy fire. Despite facing an immediate threat to his own life, he continued to calmly and systematically clear lanes for Marines to maneuver against the enemy. Tragically, Corporal Martinez was killed after an explosive device detonated in Helmand Province. In that moment, Alex Martinez became the first and only Elgin native to fall in combat since the terror attacks on September 11th. While in Afghanistan, Corporal Martinez would tell his loved ones his plans to start a family and to continue his selfless service by becoming a fireman or a police officer. But as a consequence of his sacrifices to this great nation and the people who inhabit it, he never could pursue those dreams. Madam Speaker, you and I and the many members of this chamber are fortunate to live in a diverse nation with innumerable freedoms. But we can only enjoy these freedoms and the peace and prosperity that accompany them because of the sacrifices made by Corporal Martinez and the millions of men and women who dedicate their lives to defend our democracy. To honor Corporal Martinez's honorable sacrifices to this country, to recognize the sacrifice of his loved ones, and to express solidarity with all service members and veterans in the United States, I strongly urge my colleagues to support H.R. 1844. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Illinois yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 1844, introduced by Representative Chris Menorthy. This bill names the post office located in Elgin, Illinois, in honor of Marine Corporal Alex Martinez. Alex Martinez knew he was destined for public service since he was a little boy. He had a two-phase plan. First, he would join the military, following in his father's footsteps. Then, upon retirement, he would continue in public service as a police officer or firefighter. Shortly after high school, Alex joined the United States Marine Corps, filling step one of his boyhood dream. After boot camp, he was assigned to the 1st Combat Engineer Battalion, 1st Marine Division. Corporal Martinez was deployed twice to Afghanistan in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. On April 5, 2012, Corporal Martinez was conducting combat operations in the Helmand Province, Afghanistan, and was killed after an explosive device detonated. While Corporal Martinez's life of service was tragically cut short, his sacrifice and bravery will not be forgotten. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers and urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1844? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 3305.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 3305, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2509 George Mason Drive in Virginia Beach, Virginia, as the Ryan Keith Cox Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruda, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous material on this measure.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to join my colleagues in consideration of H.R. 3305 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 2509 George Mason Drive in Virginia Beach, Virginia, as the Ryan Keith Cox Post Office Building. At this point, I yield such time as she may consume to Representative Luria of Virginia to further explain her bill.
Gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and heroic actions of Ryan Keith Cox. On May 31st, the year's largest mass shooting in America struck in our Virginia Beach community. Keith was amongst the 12 wonderful people who lost their lives in the tragedy. In his final moments, Keith showed extraordinary bravery. Keith was an active and irreplaceable member of our community. He regularly attended his father's church, New Host Baptist Church, where he sang in the choir with his renowned golden voice. He had hoped to follow his calling and in his father's footsteps and become more active in the ministry. For 12 years, Keith served in the city of Virginia Beach as a public utilities employee. His co-workers described him as someone who was always nice to others and treated colleagues to lunch. One colleague called Keith a teddy bear who always knew what to say to make an upset colleague smile. Those who know him say Keith embodied leadership. Keith's friends and family agree that he made his impact by putting the needs of others before his own. Keith's last day on earth was no different. During the shooting, Keith led several of his co-workers to safety. Keith then refused to take refuge, stating, "I've got to see if anyone else needs help." Keith stood watched and checked on his colleagues, voluntarily exposing himself to a deadly line of fire. One of Keith's colleagues summed it up. If it wasn't for him, there would have been several more people who perished. In our community's darkest hour, Keith prioritized the safety of his colleagues over his own. He was a true servant leader who made the ultimate sacrifice. This is our chance to tell Keith's story, to showcase his heroism to our community, our Commonwealth, and our nation. I was proud to introduce this bill to name a local post office after Keith. When we walk by that post office and see Keith's name, we'll think of the sacrifice and of the lives that he saved. I thank the Virginia delegation for supporting this bipartisan legislation to honor Keith's legacy and impact on our Virginia Beach community. I urge support of this bill and yield back my time.
The gentlewoman from Virginia yields back. The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I rise today in support of H.R. 3305, introduced by Representative Luria. The bill names a post office located in Virginia Beach, Virginia, in honor of Ryan Keith Cox. Ryan Keith Cox served the city of Virginia Beach for 12 years. He worked in the Public Works Department as an accountant clerk until he was murdered, saving the lives of his friends and coworkers earlier this year. In the morning of May 31st, 2019, a city employee resigned from his job at municipal building where Cox worked. That afternoon, the former employee returned with evil intentions. When a coworker ran into the office with news that there was an active shooter, Keith remained calm and thought only of how to keep other coworkers safe. He led them to safety of a small room and directed them to barricade the door. Then, despite the danger, he continued to look for more of his colleagues. By the time the shooting stopped, Keith was among the 12 innocent victims that were killed. His surviving colleagues remember him as a kind, soft-spoken, and big teddy bear. Keith's heroics will not be forgotten. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I encourage my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3305? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended and the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill H.R. 2325.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 2325, a bill to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 100 Calle Alondra and San Juan, Puerto Rico, as the 65th Infantry Regiment Post Office Building.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from California, Mr. Ruda, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Keller, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend the remarks and include extraneous materials on this measure.
Without objection.
Thank you. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I am pleased to join my colleagues in consideration of H.R. 2325 to designate the facility of the United States Postal Service located at 100 Calle Alondra in San Juan, Puerto Rico as the 65th Infantry Regiment Post Office Building. In 1899, a year after the Spanish-American War, Congress authorized the creation of a unit of volunteer soldiers in the new territory of Puerto Rico. Redesignated in 1920 as the 65th Infantry Regiment of the United States Army, this unit served admirably in World War II and the Korean War. In World War II, the 65th Infantry Regiment suffered casualties defending against enemy attacks, with regiment members earning 1 Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Silver Stars, 2 Bronze Stars, and 90 Purple Hearts. In the Korean War, when General MacArthur ordered the evacuation of Hungnam Enclave, the 65th Infantry Regiment played a crucial role. And ultimately, under the regiment's protection, 105,000 troops and 100,000 refugees were evacuated. These brave Americans protected the very foundation of this great country. Naming a post office to honor the 65th Infantry Regiment who served and sacrificed for us is but a small price of what these brave men and women deserve from the country to whom they have given so much. Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I would like to recognize my friend from Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez Colon, for as much time as she would consume.
The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Congressman Keller, for the opportunity. I'm very humble, but at the same time very proud to rise in support of H.R. 2325, legislation that I introduced to designate the United States Postal Service facility located at the 100th Street, Alondra in San Juan, Puerto Rico, as the 65th Infantry Regiment Post Office building. Shortly after Puerto Rico became a U.S. territory in 1898, Congress authorized the creation of a unit of volunteers soldiers on the island. Then in 1920s, the unit was redesignated as the 65th Infantry Regiment of the United States Army, and it served as the nation's last segregated unit composed mainly of Hispanic soldiers coming from Puerto Rico. Members of this regiment, commonly known as the Borinqueniers, after the Taino War for Puerto Rico, meaning the land of the brave Lord, represent the best of our island, proud and rich tradition of military service. Despite the relatively limited combat service in World War II, the regiment suffered casualties defending against enemy attacks. Individual soldiers from this unit earned one Distinguished Service Cross, 2 Silver Stars, 2 Bronze Stars, and 90 Purple Hearts. However, it was during the Korean War that the 65th Infantry Regiment patriotism and courage came to be widely known and admired. Fighting as a segregated unit from 1950 until 1952, the Borinqueniers participated in some of the fiercest and toughest battles of the war. The Borinqueniers not only fought the enemy on the battlefield, but they also had to overcome negative stereotypes held by some of their commanders and fellow soldiers. Brigadier General William Harris, who commanded the regiment during the early stages of the Korean War, could recall that he had been reluctant to assume command of the unit just because of the prejudice within the military, but that his experience eventually led him to regard the members of the 65th Infantry Regiment as the best soldiers he had ever seen. General Douglas MacArthur, Commander-in-Chief of the United Nations Command in Korea, will similarly write that Puerto Ricans, and I quote, forming the ranks of the gallant 65th Infantry give daily proof on the battlefields of Korea of their courage, determination, and resolute will to victory. Their invincible loyalty to the United States and their fervent devotion to those immutable principles of human relations which the Americans of the continent and Puerto Rico have in common. They are reading a brilliant record of heroism in battle, and I am deep proud to have them under my command. I wish that we could count on many more like them. For this extraordinary service during the Korean War, the Borinqueniers received many unit-level awards, including 2 Presidential Unit Citations. Soldiers in this regiment earned a total of 9 Distinguished Service Crosses, approximately 250 Silver Stars, over 600 Bronze Stars, and more than 2,700 Purple Hearts. Even 60 years after of this situation, as Master Sergeant Juan Negron, who served in the 65th Infantry Regiment, was posthumously awarded the Medal of Honor, our nation's highest military decoration. In 2014, actually, this same House enacted legislation to award the Congressional Medal of Honor to the Borinqueniers. The 65th consequently became the first Hispanic unit and the sole unit from the Korean War to receive this distinction. And the last one, the last unit, to launch a battalion-sized bayonet attack in the U.S. Army. H.R. 2325 allowed us to continue honoring those born engineers' service by designating the U.S. Post Office in San Juan as the 65th Infantry Regiment Post Office Building. This recognition is made even more significant when considering that this federal building is located adjacent to one of Puerto Rico's main avenues. You know the name? It's the 65th Infantry Regiment Avenue. That's how proud we feel about our born engineers. The story of these soldiers is emblematic of the courage of thousands of Puerto Rican soldiers who for generations have fought and bled alongside their fellow Americans to defend the United States across the world. As Puerto Rico's sole representative in this Congress, I urge my colleagues to join me in further recognizing their sacrifice, their legacy, by supporting this bill. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Puerto Rico yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think that Representative Gonzalez-Colon articulately pointed out why we should all support H.R. 2325. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back his time. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I too encourage my colleagues to support this bill. And I'd like to thank the gentleman from Pennsylvania for leading the minority discussion today, the newest member of Congress, and it's an honor to serve with you. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from California yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 2325? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Ways and Means and the Committee on Energy and Commerce be discharged from further consideration of the bipartisan bill H.R. 2447, the Jobs and Premium Protection Act, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Ways and Means be discharged from further consideration of the bipartisan
Under guidelines consistently issued by successive speakers, as recorded in Section 956 of the House Rules and Manual, the chair is constrained not to entertain the request unless it has been cleared by the bipartisan floor and committee leaderships. Is the Speaker's designation pursuant to Clause 7A1 of Rule 15 of H.R. 748 is the measure on the consensus calendar to be considered this week. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 748, the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal of 2019, as amended.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 748, a bill to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 to repeal the excise tax on high-cost employer-sponsored health coverage.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Neal, and the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on this bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 748, the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal of 2019. After a decade of fiercely debating the merits of the Affordable Care Act, I hope we have turned a corner today and can now focus on strengthening the parts of the law that work in the manner we had intended and changing the parts of the law which is not unusual that we believe could be improved. This legislation, tirelessly championed by Representative Joe Courtney of Connecticut, with 367 bipartisan co-sponsors, addresses the so-called Cadillac tax, a part of the law that had unintended consequences of reducing health care benefits that were provided to certain American workers. More than 181 million Americans currently depend upon employer-sponsored health insurance. That's the majority of the American people, including retirees, low and moderate income families, public sector employees, small business owners, and nonprofit workers. While the name Cadillac tax implies this excise tax only applies to luxury health coverage, the truth is it will eventually apply to almost every American with employer-sponsored health insurance. At a time when American families are already worried about the health care costs that apply to them, the Cadillac tax has had the effect of increasing deductibles and out-of-pocket costs as employers make changes in their plans designed to avoid the tax. We have also found that the Cadillac tax affects health plans that have higher numbers of workers with chronic diseases or serious illnesses, that cover more than 1 million women or families, or that offer coverage to part-time workers because premiums for those plans are often higher. This was not the goal of this tax when it was originally included in the ACA. I know because I helped to negotiate and to write the Affordable Care Act. Congress wanted to encourage employers and insurance companies to find ways to offer better coverage at lower costs. And while many actions in the ACA did bend the cost curve, leading to better care and slower cost growth, this excise tax indeed did not. We want employers to cover their workers with robust, meaningful benefits. A good American job with a strong health benefit is part of security. Employers want this for their employees, labor wants this for their members, and American workers and their families want to know they can get the care they need when they need it. This legislation, as I noted earlier, has strong bipartisan support, with a diverse group of stakeholder organizations endorsing the legislation, from labor to Chamber of Commerce to patient organizations. If we fail to repeal the Cadillac tax, we will leave working families with less health care coverage, higher out-of-pocket health care costs, and little to no resultant wage increases. So I urge our colleagues to support this legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Massachusetts reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume. This is a great day for us, and we worked with Chairman Neal on this and Joe Courtney, and I don't really go out on a limb, but it's nice to see a bunch of Irish guys get together. I'm not sure you can say that anymore in the People's House, but get together to make sure that we're protecting so many people who have earned health care through their employer. You know, I think the last couple of days, if you were to look what happened here in the House and you were to go back home and you talk to people back home and say, can't you guys get along on anything? Can't you put away these things that you fight over and actually start to talk about the things that help us? Can't you do things like that? We've watched it, Madam Speaker, and I'm sure people are back home and saying, they can't do anything. Well, I'm here to tell you today, that's just not true. You are going to see a bipartisan effort today on a bipartisan bill to make sure that hardworking Americans get to keep their employer-sponsored health care. Those are people in labor unions. Those are people in everyday businesses, small businesses, big businesses, all across the board. Because what we're doing today is a move in the right direction. What we're doing today is truly bipartisan, and we hope it becomes bicameral. Today, you are going to see both Republicans and Democrats come together to do the right thing for the right reasons. And good things are going to come of that. It just doesn't get any better than this, especially at a time when you go back home and people just look at us and say, holy smokes. On the floor of the people's house? You guys can't get along on anything? Well, we are. We are going to get along on something, and we're going to do something that's really big, and we're going to pass H.R. 748, the middle-class health benefits tax repeal. It's also known as the Cadillac tax. I happen to be a Cadillac dealer. Cadillac has forever been described as a standard of the world. The health care piece we're talking about is a standard of the world, and so many times in the past it was described as, this is just too darn generous for generations of people who went to the bargaining table and negotiated, as part of their labor agreements, health care. Too generous? Too good? And for all those that thought that was a good statement or that was a good idea, I'm going to tell you, that's just too bad, because it was terrible. It made no sense. But today we're going to change that. We're going to take the time we have today on the floor to talk about it and to talk to our colleagues and say, you all need to be on board with this. And by the way, Joe knows this because we've been working on it for a long time. Joe, it's your bill this session, but before, especially, and that's gone back and forth, right, depending on who the majority is. But I got to tell you, this is the end of today's talking when it comes to partisan gridlock, because it's not going to happen. And much like Mark Twain said, he was overseas one time and in London, and somebody printed in the paper that Mark Twain was not only ill, but that he had died. And Mark Twain replied, the reports of my death are greatly exaggerated. Let's use that today when we talk about the fact that we can't get along here in the people's house. Now, Joe and I have worked hard in this. Last Congress, we had 304 co-sponsors. This Congress, our legislation has more than 370 co-sponsors. That's the majority of both parties, Democrat and Republican. Our bill is going to repeal this onerous tax originally passed as part of the Affordable Care Act that would have assessed on any health plan that would provide more than $10,200 for individual coverage and $27,500 for family coverage. And I deplore the fact that it was called too generous for hardworking Americans to get up every day and go off to work to make sure they can put a roof over the head of their family, food on their table, clothes on the backs of their kids, and somehow plan for their future. If that's a bad benefit, I want to see what a good one looks like. Now, according to researchers, it's projected, and I think Chairman Neal just went over some of these numbers, 75% of employer-sponsored health plans would be affected if we allow this tax to stand. That was part of the Affordable Care Act, but it was never enforced. Today, we have a chance to fully do away with it. Just repeal it. Right, Joe? That's what we're trying to get to. And the groups that support this legislation go across the board. There's millions of workers that are waiting for us to do something today to act in their best interest. More than 665 organizations have weighed in support of repealing this tax. It is absolutely an incredible effort that's going to take place today. And I can't say this enough. It is a bipartisan effort by the majority of both parties to get this done for hardworking Americans and protect not only themselves but their families. And it is a benefit of generational negotiations. It's an incredible piece of legislation that we're going to get through today. So I could keep talking about this forever, and I mean, I can't wait to get back home again to tell people we got it done. And keep in mind, I'm going to say we got it done, not I got it done. I've never seen a place where people take place for legislation they had nothing to do with, but kind of inherited from previous sessions and say, well, this is my bill. I say, really, it's not my bill. This is a bill we've been trying to get this pulled off for many, many years. Not just me, not just Joe Courtney, but together, all of us, Republicans and Democrats, acting in the best interest of the people we represent here on the floor of the people's house. Madam Chair, I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves without objection. The gentlewoman from Washington is designated for the time and is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 3 minutes to the lead sponsor of this legislation, to the gentleman from Connecticut, Congressman Courtney.
The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Congresswoman Del Bene, for your leadership managing this bill, and for the Ways and Means Committee for embracing it. Their advocacy sends a powerful message to the House to pass the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal Act. I also want to thank my friend, Representative Mike Kelly, for his bipartisan support of the bill, defying the polarized politics that too often dominates the health care debate. Madam Speaker, this bill today comes with the support of more than 660 health care groups representing millions of Americans who have joined together to repeal the 40% excise tax on health plans scheduled to go into effect in 2022. Madam Speaker, this tax was a late add-on to the Affordable Care Act deliberations and has been rattling around inoperable in the federal tax code since 2010, never actually having collected a penny of revenue, but nonetheless casting a statutory shadow over 180 million Americans' health plans, which we know in real life from HR administrators and employee reps has added pressure to shift coverage into higher deductible plans, which falls on the backs of working Americans. As the Commonwealth Fund recently reported, the number of Americans who are underinsured as a result of high deductibles has grown by over 50% since 2005. Kaiser Family Foundation just reported that 31% of employer health plans will get hit by the excise tax in 2022, and that number will skyrocket soon after. Passage of this bill will lift the shadow that overhangs employer-sponsored plans and stop the high deductible trend from worsening. As the bill's lead sponsor, I want to foot stomp that the repeal of the tax does not touch the architecture of the ACA's patient protections. Repeal is completely severable from the other 440 sections of the law and leaves intact essential health benefits and the elimination of pre-existing condition exclusions and lifetime limits. Given that those patient protections have been in full operation for the last 10 years, while this zombie tax has been in a coma during that time, it is abundantly clear that the tax is disconnected from the rest of the law. Lastly, I want to underscore the CBO determination that passage will not result in any increase in the number of uninsured. Madam Speaker, with 370 House co-sponsors, I am hopeful that an overwhelming tally tonight will send a laser-like message to the Senate to adopt this bill as soon as possible, as is. And I would ask permission to enter for the record a letter from Families USA, a strong advocate for the ACA, as well as the Council of Insurance Agents and Brokers in support of the bill, and a 2009 letter signed by, again, 188 supporters of the ACA, dated 2009, again, in support of the this issue to repeal the excise tax.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Connecticut yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Nunes.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to Mr. Kelly for giving me time to speak in support of H.R. 748, the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal Act. This bill will provide much-needed relief from one of the most burdensome and blunt taxes in Obamacare. By repealing this tax, we will save employers from paying a 40% tax on high-cost employer-sponsored health coverage. The bill will provide much-needed relief not only for employers, but for the employees, some of whom are low-income earners with high-cost health benefits, who are forced to bear the repercussions of this tax. That said, I am disappointed that the majority chose not to repeal the medical device tax or the health insurance tax, both of which are harming hardworking Americans across the country. The medical device tax is a 2.3% excise tax on the value of medical devices sold domestically. Making life-saving products more expensive is not good policy, and should be included in this repeal bill. The health insurance tax, or HIT, is a more than $100 billion sales tax on private health insurance that affects every private plan in the country. At a time when we are all trying to lower the cost of health care, why are the Democrats a majority preventing us from removing this unnecessary and burdensome tax? This bill could do so much more, but I am happy that the majority is finally admitting that the Obamacare tax increases are bad for the country, and that good tax policy doesn't need to be replaced with more bad tax hikes. At a time when much of our healthcare system is failing, when healthcare costs are still unaffordable for many people, when Medicare will be insolvent within a decade, and when Medicaid's uncontrollable costs are bankrupting our states, it still leaves millions of low and middle income earners without access to doctors. We should be working harder to provide more access and choice to the American people in a fiscal and responsible way. With all that said, I support the repeal of this tax, and I urge adoption of the bill. I yield back.
The gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Connecticut, Congressman Larson.
The
I
gentleman
thank
is
the gentlelady
recognized.
from Washington State, and I commend my colleague on the Ways and Means Committee, Mike Kelly, for his hard work and diligence in bringing this bill to the floor, as he acknowledged in a bipartisan way. But I think Mike and everybody in this body understands and respects the persistency and hard work and dedication of Joe Courtney, who from its introduction and inception, from its first letter to its ultimately more than 370 sponsors, has demonstrated that, yes, in this body we can arrive at solutions across the aisle, working together in the common interest of every American citizen. Joe Courtney was chairman of the Health Committee in the Connecticut legislature. He has forgotten more about these programs than most people will ever remember, but it's his diligence and persistence and his ability to work across the aisle that has brought this legislation here today and will be passed unanimously. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Speaker, at this time, I'd like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes.
The gentleman from Kansas is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 748, the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal Act of 2019. This important bill repeals the so-called Cadillac tax, a policy implemented through Obamacare that would have placed 40% tax on high-cost employer health care plans. The tax was originally included as a way to help pay for the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, commonly called Obamacare, by targeting expensive health plans and insurance companies. However, in practice, it would have been middle-class workers bearing the real burden to pay for it through taxes. It would have hurt union members and non-union members, small businesses and nonprofits. In fact, the Joint Committee on Taxation and the Congressional Budget Office predicted that a whopping 70% of the revenue collected by the Cadillac tax would have come from higher income and payroll taxes rather than excise taxes on insurers. This massive tax increase would have devastated middle-class workers and families, many of whom continue to struggle with the rising costs of Obamacare as it is. I want to thank my colleagues for realizing the bad implications of this failed policy and working in a bipartisan way to repeal the Cadillac tax. I'm hopeful that today's action will also allow us to move forward to address similar policies like the health insurance tax and the medical device tax. Instead of propping up the failed Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act through higher taxes and reduced choices, we must get serious about improving health care in our economy. I believe H.R. 748 is a great first step, and I urge my colleagues to support it. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kansas yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Congressman Pascrell.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask for unanimous consent for the letters that I have in my hand to be inserted into the record.
Objection.
Thank you. I support this legislation, H.R. 748. During our discussions on health reform in 2009, many of us strongly opposed the excise tax on so-called Cadillac employer-provided health plans. We were successful in keeping it out of the House version of the bill, but we all know it ended up in the final bill. It has been delayed since then, but now it's enactment time. So this is imminent. So we need to do something now. The Cadillac tax would impact employers and families whose health insurance plans cost more than $11,100 for an individual and $29,750 for family coverage. This is not a small universe, and the effects will be highly negative. If we do nothing, this tax would fall squarely on employees, encouraging employers to shift away with tax-free benefits to taxable wages. As deductibles have risen more than 200% in the employer-sponsored insurance plans, the cost of care has continued to grow while wages remain flat. We must ensure that employers can continue to provide high-quality health care. I urge my colleagues to support the bipartisan repeal of the Cadillac tax, and with that, I yield.
The gentleman from New Jersey yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'm going to introduce the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you for yielding. Madam Speaker, this is a historic day. We have finally found a tax that members and my friends on both sides of the aisle agree needs to be cut. I'm proud to be a co-sponsor of today's legislation, and I'm excited that many of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle as well are prepared to get rid of this destructive tax that was put in place by Obamacare. But while we're at it, while we are repealing Obamacare taxes, we should include an equally destructive tax in today's repeal, the medical device tax. I'm very proud to serve the residents of Warsaw in Northeast Indiana, the region that's often referred to as the orthopedic capital of the world. Unfortunately, companies in my district and all across this country have been needlessly hampered by the inability of this Congress to fully and permanently repeal the onerous medical device tax. When it was enforced, this tax destroyed 29,000 jobs and caused a $34 million reduction in investments in life-saving research and development. So today, while we're here voting on this bipartisan legislation to repeal the Cadillac tax, I ask that all members of this body be equally mindful in moving swiftly to also repeal the medical device tax. With that, thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from Indiana yields back. The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the congressman from Illinois, Congressman Davis.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I strongly support this bill to eliminate the 40% tax on high-quality health care benefits. Americans are facing a health care affordability crisis. Employers and insurers already are using this tax to justify raising the cost of health care for hard-working Americans by increasing co-pays, deductibles, and out-of-pocket expenses. In the last decade, annual deductibles for families have exploded by 212%, and spending on co-insurance has increased nearly 50%. A Kaiser family survey reveals that these changes create alarming barriers to health care for working families, with almost 50% of respondents indicating that someone in their family postponed care due to costs. I stand with the 43 national labor unions and the dozens of patient organizations, healthcare advocates, and business leaders who support this important bill to protect health care benefits for American workers. Health care is a right. I'm pleased to support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Illinois yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Chair, may I inquire how much time is left?
Gentleman from Pennsylvania has 9.5 minutes. The gentlelady from Washington has 10.5 minutes.
I will reserve for right now.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to enter letters of support for H.R. 748 into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. And I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Sanchez.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal Act. And I want to thank Chairman Neal and Mr. Courtney for their tireless efforts to get this legislation passed. I've been proud to support the repeal of the Cadillac tax for many years. Last Congress, I offered an amendment to repeal the tax during the health care repeal and replace debate. It's important to remember that the Cadillac tax does not just affect high-value plans. If Congress does not act, the tax will hit hardworking Americans and their families who receive employer-sponsored insurance. Employers have already started shifting costs to their workers in anticipation by increasing deductibles, co-pays, and coinsurance. Congress has voted twice to delay the tax, but now is the time to officially repeal it. I'm pleased that we're finally taking this vote today. I look forward to passage today, and we'll keep working to strengthen and protect America's health care. And I ask unanimous consent to submit letters from CWA, UAW, AFSCME, AFT, AFSCME, and the AFL-CIO in support of this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington is reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania continues to reserve. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Congresswoman Chu.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized.
I rise in support of H.R. 748, repealing the so-called Cadillac tax. I believe that we in Congress should be incentivizing employer-sponsored insurance to be more generous, not less. And at a time when the President is working to dismantle the Affordable Care Act and pushing through regulations that allow junk plans to flourish, we need to stand with American workers and fight for more generous health plans. The plans that are hit by this tax cover more female employees, more workers with dependent children, more older workers, and employees at small businesses. These are the people who are being hit by high deductibles, rising premiums, and more cost sharing in the health system than ever before. A recent study showed that in 2018, 58% of Americans do not have $1,000 of savings in case of an emergency, and yet the average deductible in 2018 was $1,350. We must pass this bill, and I ask unanimous consent to enter these letters of support for H.R. 748 into the congressional record from organizations such as the Alliance for Retired Americans and the Alliance to Fight the 40 and the College and University and Professional Association for Human Resources.
Without objection. Gentlewoman from California yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the Congressman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Boyle.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
I thank my friend from Washington State, and thank you, Madam Speaker. More than anything, today is about fairness for America's workers. I come to this issue with the experience of remembering on several occasions when I was growing up, my parents, who were both hardworking members of organized labor, going through a contract negotiation and wondering if they were going to go out on strike, what was going to happen. And on more than one occasion, it would end like this. They'd say, well, I think we got a fair deal. We're foregoing a pay increase, but thank God we were able to save our health care and our benefits. Time and time again, thousands, indeed millions of American workers made that decision, that they would forego pay raises, forego pay increases so they could save their health care. So then, decades later, to face a 40% tax on that health care just is not right and not fair to America's workers. So I'm proud to stand here today with my fellow Pennsylvanian on the other side of the aisle, with colleagues of mine on both sides of the aisle, in order to repeal this Cadillac tax, which never should have been passed in the first place. And with that, Madam Speaker, I would like to enter into the record a number of letters from organizations all supporting this piece of legislation to repeal the Cadillac tax.
Without objection.
And with that, I happily yield back.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized. Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Nevada, Congressman Horsford.
Gentleman from Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Washington for managing this important bill. I rise today to speak in support of the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal Act. We cannot afford to let this 40% excise tax on employer-sponsored health plans to take effect. This tax would increase costs for America's working and middle-class families. For many working families, necessary medical treatment remains tragically unaffordable due to exorbitant out-of-pocket costs and deductibles. If this so-called Cadillac tax isn't repealed, this crisis of affordability for medical care will only worsen. To avoid the excise tax, employers will in all likelihood reduce the value of their plans and reduce benefits and even increase their workers' share of the cost. This would result in increases to out-of-pocket costs for more than 180 million workers, including 1.3 million people in my home state of Nevada. And it would decrease access to quality insurance plans across the country. This vote helps labor throughout the country, including the Culinary Workers Union in my home state. Members' benefits, wages, and overall compensation allowed them to stay afloat financially. And to quote the International Union President for Unite Here, Dee Taylor, they drive used cars, not Cadillacs, and their health care does not include spa treatments. At a time when this is the reality for our constituents, Congress should make sure that employers doing the right thing and providing high-value health insurance to their employees.
30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for another 30 seconds.
Congress should make sure that employers do the right thing and providing high-value health insurance to their employees are supported, not penalized with an egregious tax. With unanimous consent, I'd like to enter into the record a letter from Unite Here and several other national organizations. So I urge all of my colleagues today to stand with America's working men and women and support the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal Act and vote in favor of abolishing this tax.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Mexico yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Ohio, Congressman Ryan.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thanks. I want to thank the gentlelady. Madam Speaker, always a pleasure to be able to come to this floor and join in agreement with the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Does not happen very often, but I'm glad we can be here. This is about the working class. I represent a district in Northeast Ohio that has high union membership. As the gentleman from Pennsylvania stated a few minutes ago, there's a lot of contract negotiations. They're always happening. And more often than not, over the last 20 or 30 years, the men and women of labor have been forced to negotiate contracts where they didn't get an increase, maybe a 1%, 1.5% increase, but they were always able to sustain their health care. And so this is a very important piece of legislation, one I know we've been working on. I want to thank the gentlelady from Washington State. I want to thank Chairman Neal from the Ways and Means Committee. This has been a long time coming. I hope we can fix this, and I hope it's the first step to us building out a better healthcare system that's more affordable, more accessible, more innovative, more focused on prevention as we move down the road in the next several months. Yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Continued reserve.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers. I am prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Ma'am, ready to close.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
You know, I want to thank my colleagues on the other side. You know, there's an old saying in life that sometimes you get a second chance to do the right thing. 8 years ago, when the Affordable Care Act was passed, I'm sure it was an oversight or an undersight or just not actually understanding what was taking place that day. And my colleagues on the other side at that point were looking to pass the Affordable Care Act. And one of the victims in that was employer-sponsored insurance. We refer to it today as the Cadillac tax, and I'm glad we use that term, quite frankly. I told you earlier, I'm a Cadillac dealer, so I'm really happy to hear anytime maybe thinks something's outstanding, they call it a Cadillac. But what we're going to do today has nothing to do with fancy cars. It has nothing to do with extravagant health plans, but it does have everything to do with punishing hardworking Americans and their families. What we are doing today is a crucial step toward protecting employer-sponsored health insurance for all Americans. And again, as I said earlier, we're doing the right thing for the right reasons, for the right people. Not just Republicans, not just Democrats, but every single American out there that gets his or her health insurance through their employer. It's a remarkable thing to see happen here on the People's Floor, the People's House, where we come together and agree that we can fix a wrong, we can right a wrong, we can make things right that we maybe had a different look at 8 years ago, but we decided today that it just really makes sense to do that. I want to give a special thank you, though, to my good friends, Tom Reed and Josh Galtheimer, for forming the Problem Solvers Caucus. And in the rules package this year, they were able to bring up a rule that says, you know what, if you get 290 sponsors or co-sponsors on a piece of legislation, it needs to come forward. Joe Courtney has worked on this for many years, and we've already talked about the number of people that were already on board and ready to see this come forward, but it just couldn't get through the procedures to get to the floor. And I think when I go back home, people would say to me, if you have so many people that agree on the same thing, and they're doing the right thing for the right reason, why can't you get it done? And then you have to say, well, you know what? Not only do you not understand it, I don't either. If we're acting in the best interest of the people we represent, then we should be able to do these things. So sometimes you take a look at what's holding you back from doing the right thing and say, there's something in the rules that needs to be changed. And that's what's taking place today. But the really great part of this, the really great part, is that Republicans and Democrats are coming together in the people's house and doing the right thing, ensuring, at least from our part of the Congress, that we can repeal this onerous tax on hardworking Americans. So I am so glad to be here today, and I'm so thankful. Working with Joe Courtney has been absolutely marvelous, and this guy has really had staying power. He's never given up on this. He stayed on it and stayed on it and stayed on it. And there's an old saying, to play through the whistle. I got to tell you, in this case, Joe Courtney played through the echo of the whistle. He never gave up. And so to be here with my colleagues today and coming to a conclusion that this is the right thing for us to do is really good. And I want to thank my friends that came here and spoke today on behalf of our side of the aisle for supporting this. We've had an opportunity this afternoon to do something not for ourselves, but for the people who sent us here to represent them. But having said that, I would urge all of my colleagues to vote in support of this piece of legislation and pass it and send it on to the Senate, where we hope they'll understand that at this end of the Capitol, there's overwhelming support for hardworking Americans and their health care. Thank you much, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania yields back his time. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I strongly support H.R. 748, the Middle Class Health Benefits Tax Repeal Act of 2019. This legislation has been a bipartisan goal since I came to Congress in 2012, and the permanent repeal of the Cadillac tax. The original design of the Cadillac tax was meant to be a narrowly targeted tax on the most extravagant plans. Instead, the tax will hit working families for a variety of factors far beyond their control. That includes age, geography, and occupation. A recent analysis from the Kaiser Family Foundation found that the Cadillac tax will impact over 20% of employers when the tax goes into effect in 2022. When flexible spending account contributions are included, that number jumps to over 30% and would affect just under half of all workers by 2030. While the intended goal of the Cadillac tax was to put downward pressure on plan costs, the mechanics of the tax will simply put more costs onto working families in the form of higher deductibles and greater cost sharing so employers can avoid the tax. My colleagues, healthcare costs are a top concern of the American people, and today we can take a meaningful step to address that concern. I urge you to vote yes on this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Washington yields back her time. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 748 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. You know the chair. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed and without a to reconsider. The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Madam Chair, I request a recorded vote.
Does the gentleman request the yeas and nays?
Yes, I do.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. After a sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise to a question of the privileges of the House and offer a resolution previously noticed.
The clerk will report the resolution.
Resolved that Donald John Trump, President of the United States, is unfit to be president, unfit to represent the American values of decency and morality, respectability and civility, honesty and propriety, reputability and integrity, is unfit to defend the ideals that have made America great, unfit to defend liberty and justice for all, as extolled in the Pledge of Allegiance, is unfit to defend the American ideal of all persons being created equal as exalted in the Declaration of Independence, is unfit to ensure domestic tranquility, promote the general welfare, and to ensure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, as lauded in the preamble of the United States Constitution, is unfit to protect government of the people, by the people, for the people, as elucidated in the Gettysburg Address, and is impeachable for high misdemeanors, that the following article of impeachment be exhibited to the Senate. Article of impeachment exhibited by the House of Representatives of the United States in the name of itself, of the people of the United States against Donald John Trump, President of the United States, in maintenance and support of its impeachment against him for high misdemeanors committed as President, constituting harm to American society to the manifest injury of the people of the United States. Article 1. The House of Representatives on July 16, 2019, strongly condemned President Donald Trump's racist comments that have legitimized an increased fear and hatred of new Americans and people of color by saying that our fellow Americans who are immigrants and those who may look to the president like immigrants should go back to other countries, by referring to immigrants and asylum seekers as invaders, and by saying that members of Congress who are immigrants or those of our colleagues who are wrongly assumed to be immigrants do not belong in Congress or in the United States of America. In all of this, the aforementioned Donald John Trump has, by his statements, brought the high office of the President of the United States in contempt, ridicule, disgrace, and disrepute, has sown seeds of discord among the people of the United States, has demonstrated that he is unfit to be president, and has betrayed his trust as President of the United States to the manifest injury of the people of the United States, and has committed a high misdemeanor in office. Therefore, Donald John Trump, by causing such harm to the society of the United States, is unfit to be president and warrants impeachment, trial, and removal from office.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the resolution qualifies? For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to table the articles of impeachment at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. McCarthy of California moves to lay the resolution on the table.
The question is on the motion to lay the resolution on the table. Those in favor, aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted. The gentleman from California is recognized.
May I ask for the yeas and nays?
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 332 and the nays are 95, with one answering present. The motion is adopted. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on H Resolution 492, adoption of H Res 492 if ordered. Passage of Senate Joint Resolution 36. Passage of Senate Joint Resolution 37. Passage of Senate Joint Resolution 38. And adoption of H Res 497. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on ordering the previous question on H Resolution 492, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 37, House Resolution 492, resolution providing for consideration of the bill H.R. 582 to provide for increases in the federal minimum wage and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 231 and the nays are 194. The previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
I request the yeas and nays.
Yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Does any member wish to change their vote?
On this vote, the yeas are 231 and the nays are 197. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 36, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 36, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed transfer to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the Kingdom of Spain, and the Italian Republic of certain defense articles and services.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 238, the nays are 190. The joint resolution is passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage, which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 37, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed export to the United Arab Emirates, the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and the Republic of France of certain defense articles and services.
The question is on the passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 238, the nays are 190. The joint resolution is passed. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on passage of the Senate Joint Resolution 38, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 38, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed export to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland of certain defense articles and services.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 237. The nays are 190. The joint resolution is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Resolution 497, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 497, resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find William P. Barr, Attorney General of the United States, and Wilbur L. Ross, Jr., Secretary of Commerce, in contempt of Congress for refusal to comply with subpoenas duly issued by the Committee on Oversight and Reform.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Thank you. On this vote, the yeas are 230, the nays are 198. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to House Resolution 491 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of H.R. 3494. Will the gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat, kindly take the chair?
The House in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of the bill H.R. 3494, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill to authorize appropriations for fiscal year 2020 for intelligence and intelligence-related activities of the United States government, the Community Management Account, and the Central Intelligence Agency Retirement and Disability System, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Tuesday, July 16, 2019, Amendment number 31, printed in Part B of House Report 116-154, offered by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Crow, have been disposed of. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in the House Report 116-154, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 7 by Mr. Chabot of Ohio. Amendment 11 by Mr. Kennedy of Massachusetts. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote in this series. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 7 printed in House Report 116-154 by the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Chabot, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed the voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 7, printed in Part B of House Report number 116-154, offered by Mr. Chabot of Ohio.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.